Good afternoon, listeners. Welcome again to WSTX 970 AM. Welcome to all the Virgin Islanders, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, the Caribbean region, and out there, wherever you are in the world. Thanks for tuning in to WSTX, the Caledonia Communication. This is your host, Mary Moorhead, and the numbers to call to join the conversation 340-773-0390 or 340-773-0490. And today, shortly, he will be here. I am expecting Dr. Edward Brown because he is going to come in and give his explanation and then his assessment of the amended bill for the Sixth Constitutional Convention. So, folks, if you're not aware of the changes that were made to the bill for the extension of the Sixth Constitutional Convention, stay tuned. Notify your friends, your contacts to tune in because Dr. Brown, well, he reviewed it and he is ready to discuss it and make sure to instruct you so you understand it. And, well, at this point, all you can do is support it, okay? Whether you agree with it or not, let's make sure we understand that we have the right, yes, to disagree with positions on legislation. But once the legislation becomes law, the best position we can take is to be supportive of it, to make sure that it is properly executed, and to make sure that it is successful. And I would want to think that the majority of us, I would want to think, the majority of us, Virgin Islanders, would want the Sixth Constitutional Convention to be successful. Okay? I would want to think that because the point is, yes, every time that it does not succeed, it is, yes, it advances the issue because we do get some valuable narrative out of each document that was written. There was a valuable narrative that was used in the following constitutional convention. But still, nonetheless, the real point is that there is a waste of time, a waste of people's time, people's commitment, people's energy, and the public's money. So let's make sure, as I said, this is the sixth, okay, and we have quite a bit of language that is being applied from the fifth, to my understanding. Some of the fifth was retained, and the six supposedly have been diligently working in order to upgrade things to the point that they should be now for the 21st going into 22nd century. So let's try and be supportive and see to do our best, the best that we can do to support this sixth, and hopefully so it will be the last. Got it? We want it to be the last. Okay. Now, folks, there are certain things that I want to repeat while I have the opportunity to, and that is concerning the trial that there was concerning the Board of Elections. I am still of the position that the members of the board, a majority of the members should have, and anything is still possible, uh, adhere and in in accordance with the oath that of office that was taken are the ones who should have and should still, as I said, it's possible, make the motion to remove Mr. Williams because his position of director of the lottery being in conflict as chair of the board of election, and that is an issue and that an act that could be easily corrected by a majority of the board of elections supporting a motion for his removal. And as long as that is not done, in my opinion, as I see it, uh, those members of the board of election are also violators of the law. Okay, so I am therefore saying to you, and this will always be my position, that the St. Croix members who are up for re-election next year and next election 2026, my position is they should not be re-elected because they have already demonstrated a disrespect for the Virgin Islands Code, and those members of St. Croix specifically are Hassel, Francis, and Mr. Raymond Williams. So remember, folks, should they put a nomination in order to be up for re-election next year, uh, do not support their re-election. Get anyone new, anyone different that is at least would be ones that would possibly, hopefully, be people who are respectful of our laws. Okay, um, folks, there's an announcement that I do need to make, which is that I understand that the police department is will be holding a town meeting in Fredericksted this evening at 6 o'clock at the Dorsch Center. Okay, at the Dorsch Center, 6 o'clock Friday evening. Okay, uh, there will be a police department town meeting. I don't believe they gave any specific item that they are looking into. It's just a matter of them the opportunity for the community to be able to interact with the police, and it's a good thing. It's a very good thing. More departments should do that because that is the whole thing. If you don't interact with the community, then you don't know um, well, first of all, if your service is appreciative, is your service is meeting the mission of the department or agency, or what are the downfalls or what are the improvements that are needed. So every department really should engage the public with town meetings. So again, I remind you, Friday evening, 6 p.m. at the Dorsch Community Center. That will be the um, town hall meeting for the police. Okay. Um, all right. Now, what else do we have here? Let's see. Okay, we have coming up um, the Board of Education regular board meeting has been scheduled, and it's been scheduled for Saturday the 15th. I'm sorry, but I don't have a time. Usually we begin around 10 a.m. and so I will assume, but as soon as I get an exact time, I will let you know. But there it is scheduled for Saturday um, from the office in St. Thomas, okay? Because where all the members in St. Croix are being flown over to St. Thomas, and that will be the regular board meeting for the Board of Education. Okay? The other thing that you need to know is that on Wednesday, November 12th, there is a Senate Education and Workforce Development Committee hearing at 9 a.m. Next Wednesday, November 12th. Okay, so all those of you who are interested in public school education, please make sure and tune in, whether you tune in by FM radio, Legit TV, or cable. There are some interesting topics that they will be discussing. So I encourage you all to tune in and make sure and follow that hearing. Okay? Um, uh, it is really a serious situation that we need to um, be paying attention to. Okay? Um, Folks, let's make sure, and I don't know, there is a meeting scheduled on the calendar, but there is no agenda yet posted. So I don't know if that bill will be on the agenda. And I am speaking of the Senate Committee on Government Operation, because that is the committee in the jurisdiction that the Bill 36-0187 has been assigned to. But I do not know if it will be on that agenda for that committee hearing that is scheduled to take place next week. Okay, um, so we will wait to see and find out. Okay, folks, let me spend some time on an issue that I have a serious concern with, and I'm speaking specifically of Governor Albert Bryant's um, wish to have a documentary movie done about him. Okay, now I have no problem with the governor having a documentary done about him. The problem I have is the process that he's looking to use, which is the RFP project, RFP process under the Department of Property and Procurement. Using that process then means that it is we the people, we the taxpayers of the Virgin Islands of the United States, who will be funding that um, documentary. And let's remember when I read the information in the article that was announced in the project, it specifically indicated that the committee who is going to be the selection committee for the vendor to perform the documentary was told that money cost is of no concern. Okay? And I think that is a serious indication that that will be abusive of our taxpayers of public funds. Now, we all know, because at one time or the other, we should have seen documentaries of the past, the former governors that are in the archives of WTJX ever so often, depending on the occasion, they air one. Okay, so that tells us that WTHX is capable of doing documentaries of our former governors. So it is of no problem that I see that the WTJX should be able to be assigned to do whatever interviews, shadowing or whatever of Governor Albert Bryan in order to create his documentary. And I do believe that that would be the best thing for it to do. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, good afternoon. How are you?
Blessed and highly favored. Hope you are same.
Yes, I am. Thanks. I just tuned in. I haven't been listening, so I don't know what your subject matters are, but I suspect education was one of them.
Well, I just mentioned, if anything, because I didn't really pick a topic as such, because
Okay.
I'm waiting for Dr. Brown, who's going to be
Okay.
my guest today, because he has the new amended Sixth Constitution bill,
What?
and he's going to be informing the audience of that, the changes, the adjustments that were made, and making his assessment of the bill.
I see. I was going to ask you the other day, what about Dr. Frank? I haven't been hearing him for a while. He said he was busy working on the bill.
Well, let's make sure we understand that Dr. Brown has a full-time job.
Right.
He's taking
I
his
know.
he's taking his personal leave in order, because this just happened, and anyone who's been keeping track know that the original bill had a deadline of October 31st.
True.
So he thought, since the Senate just passed an extension and made some other changes to the whole thing in the process, that it's timely to come right away and make sure the audience and the public understand what exactly the changes are and what is now the process that the Sixth Constitution is.
Of course,
Yeah.
and that makes sense, and that's the way we should do it. Everything rather than keeping people in the dark.
Well,
No?
he and I both, we concur in this and that. Whether we agree with everything they're doing or not, we do want to, if possible, make this the last convention.
True, true. Um,
Well, last in the
every
sense of creating one, because it won't be the last in that down the road. There will be times of review to make amendments.
yes, of course. But what time is he coming on, by the way?
He told me he will be here for one, so I am expecting him shortly.
Okay, okay, all right. Well, I'll be listening as soon as I hang up.
I
Um,
There was something I wanted to ask you, and I can't at this time recall, because it was something that you did text me about, and I can't recall now. I neglected to make a note of it. Hmm.
yeah, well, go back and check your text, and then you will see. But I text so many things, and I might myself I forget what I said.
But I will ask you this question, because I know in
Yeah,
the past you have mentioned that you have gone and because you have a grandson, I'm hoping that maybe you're still involved with attending school parental organization meeting, because
yeah.
here's the problem I have, that there are discussions going around. As a matter of fact, last week it seemingly, and I heard after the fact that Senator Bolke's committee had a hearing concerning, I guess, the increase with student violence and stuff of this sort. But I really don't understand why everyone seems to dance around and ignore the VI code mandate for kindergarten to 12th grade conflict resolution education.
All right.
Okay. It is something that was created back in I think I was wrong, the middle 80s, or when school violence first started to be a problem. Okay.
Uh,
And we had that curriculum, and it worked. and like things that happen, because just like with we used to have a very vibrant VI history in our high schools until it was no more. I I'm wondering though, why now, when we all educated people know that conflict resolution is a credible tool to give you the means of how to deal with why is it that we're not looking to reestablish this curriculum in our schools, particularly, and I have made the suggestion that the high schools have what is called a dean of students, who is the person that deals with the behavioral problems of students. Why isn't the dean of students directed by the superintendent or the principals to do conflict resolution with the incoming grade of every public school? Why is it that the Office of Gun Violence has conflict resolution uh, strategies after a child is involved in conflict, but they're not. Nobody is looking to promote beforehand as a prevention or basically to have the children know how to deal with conflict.
Right. And you're so correct. Prevention is better than cure. And as you continue to point out, because of your experience and training as a teacher, as well as one on the board of education, pointed out to the very lawmakers that these laws are already on the book. Well, they don't know, they don't care. I don't know what it is.
Some is they don't know, and quite a bit is they don't care. Because, like for instance, I tell people I cannot understand, or and I do not think it is plausible that you would elect somebody to, say, for instance, the Board of Education, and not ask to understand if they are aware of what Title 17 says. And I'm saying Title 17 because Title 17 is education.
True.
Okay?
And sometimes we as adults, as supposed leaders, that cause more problems than we solve. I'll give you a classic one quickly. Just, yesterday, the day before yesterday, a student in the public school system here in West Palm Beach gave another student, one of his peers, a pack of Nicorette gum. I suspect that he picked up from half of one of his parents, Chester draw, whatever. Nicorette gum being something you use to wean yourself off of nicotine, smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
The second child, not knowing what this thing is about, he's sharing them with his friends. And some start to get sick, they vomited and whatever. That the school now want to come down on the second student that did the distribution, but don't want to do anything with the one that who brought it in the school in the first place. I mean, how could you do that?
That isn't right.
It's not right.
And definitely, if they only want to focus on one, it is the one who brought it to the facility.
Exactly. That's where it started. But
Yeah.
you see, some parents, again, they're scared. They don't want to say nothing. They feel they can't explain themselves too much. So then they come to me and others. And of course, we go in and do battle for them. And although I write in the middle of it, I'm trying to show this administration of the school where they was dead wrong.
Mm.
I mean, why are they protecting this one child? Is it because who he is or who he fought?
Well, it sounds like that might be the situation, because
You know,
I mean, it's common sense. It's nothing to debate that the person who brought the stuff to the school has to be the guilty one.
right.
The other, I
I mean,
mean, the other has some guilt too in distribution, but not as much as the one that brought it to the school.
exactly, but it gets worse than that, Peggy. There's a teacher, I have found that information on before. A teacher of a kindergarten student, uh, this student shot her in her hand. I guess he pointed the gun that she put up her hand. The bullet went right up and lodged somewhere close to her lungs or whatever. And they
Is that the
just,
one that is suing the department because she had warned that the child
oh
was
yes,
dangerous?
oh yes, oh yes,
Oh,
40 million she's doing for. It
yes,
should have been 140.
yes, yes.
The thing is this: when another child told her that she saw this gun, they got to tell you can't go touch the child's bag. Okay, so I report it. They do nothing about it. She tell herself, I suspect the way the child is acting, something is wrong. They did nothing about it. So that he shoot me now.
Hmm.
So I'm going to put the last foot on all you. I have to.
Well, I definitely,
But
she has
have
a
been
point.
dead.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah.
And I don't know why, what it is that fake, sensible adults don't understand that children themselves understand. That some of the children were saying that why they didn't do something when it was reported.
And now they've lost the confidence of the students who are aware of the incident because it's like, why tell anybody anything if they're not going to do anything?
Of course, I mean it is so simple. I don't know what to say, but I'll tell you what it takes as far as I could see. This foolishness, but okay, you got all kind of testing equipment and this to check bar coming in and they gonna in buzz. So why then but I don't know. So you feel as all you're supposed to do.
But
And
but I
so that
in that situation, as I would understand it, the child with the bag would be called and secured in an office, and then you call an officer to come do the search.
all I got to do, but they say, but we can't do this, we can't do that. Well, what can you do? Everything is can. What about can?
Well, that is what they could do. They could have just, you know, I mean, because it's better to be safe than sorry. And I'm sure an officer wouldn't have had a problem coming and then not finding anything because the point is, it's better to be safe than sorry. And
So,
not, and they're plenty sorry now.
all right. And of course, even a school monitor, because some of them have police, well, most of them have police training,
Yeah.
you know. So I don't know. I really don't know. This thing about digital age and all this kind of fraud. What you, by the way, let me go by saying this. Are you hearing the amount of mistakes being made by A1?
Well,
You hear them yet?
I am not up to date on that. I will
Oh,
admit.
oh yes?
I
It's taking out fine a mistake.
Well, I am hearing about how it is being misused.
Well, that too, because you can't have stuff with AI. It's such a principle thing. You got to go full bore. You got to do step A and then go to C and D.
Well, it is, and it's, here's a strange thing because I did read, I see a presentation or some, well, I'm not sure where I get it from, where the position is that schools are now going back to pencil and paper with important exams in order to stop the children from using the AI.
Yeah, because I mean, you know, it's like,
Because yeah,
first of
because
all,
if they don't do pen and paper, they don't know if that is what they get is the child or the AI. Eh,
you know, as you said, let me give you another quick example, and it happened with my 9-year-old grandson. No matter how steep a multiplication or a division thing is, he could give me the answer, but he can't show me how he gets the answer. I would work it out and show step by step how I get to 935. But whatever he does in the head, he comes with 935. I didn't know he cannot walk that way. You've got to walk the problem out.
Well,
don't know.
I am not going to criticize that because as a student, I had that same situation. I would
Really?
I would get to the answer, but I couldn't tell you how I got to it. Yes, I did. So, you know, so all I would say is don't pressure him. If it walk, it walk, and you know, it, he will get to the process along the way sometime.
All right. Well, and that's true. But there was something else, but I'll leave that for another time. I will hang up and I'll wait for Dr. Brown.
Okay, thanks for calling.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. Yes, folks. I wanted to point out that there is I don't know. Let me leave that alone because I really didn't get the full announcement. And I let me just make a call for it now. I'm asking that the Parent Teachers Association and Parent Teachers Organization send me a text or an email uh, announcing your meetings so that because there are people sometimes who contact me asking for that information, and usually I cannot provide it because for whatever reason, and I have objected about this many times, the schools do not share that information. They keep it in-house, and my position is there are uh, two parental households, sometimes with separation of parents. And if the one who is registered with the child will get the notification in the parent portal or whatever they call anything now, uh, the other parent would be interested in keeping track of their children's education but do not get the notices. And it is now the parent association that is denying that information. It even extends to, and I will think for myself that sometimes grandparents are in charge of that particular section of development of the children because the parents are busy with employment or whatever else, you know. But then if the parent forgets to communicate the information, well, nobody it represents. So at any rate, I really don't understand what's the secrecy. Why the lack of transparency? Why do we want to assume that only the people who are registered with where the child is concerned, they're the only ones concerned about public school education? That is, in itself, is a problem, and that in itself, you know, adds to the valuing of our public education system. So I am asking whether you do it virtual or not, because a lot of schools are now looking to move these meetings, parent meetings, into a virtual situation. But whether you do it virtual or not, publicly announce it. Okay? I don't know of any radio station that will deny an announcement of a parent teachers association or a parent teachers organizational meeting. And it is important, as I always encourage here on this program, it is important for the community to be involved with public school education, to be supporters, to be advocates for a quality public school education. So I do hope that I will see a difference that I will learn a difference by seeing the PTAs and the PTOs making public notices. Okay, you simply have to. You can either send your notice directly to the office of the radio station, or send it directly to a particular person who you maybe are familiar with, that they can make the announcement. But the point is, we must encourage and enable advocacy, support of public school education. And it can't happen if we don't involve the public in the meetings that address the public school education. So hopefully, um, I will see a change in that situation. Okay. Um, what else do I need to point out? There's some things that I need to make sure that is indicated. Okay. Just, and this is for your information. Um, Next week, the Board of Education will be doing school visits, visits of public school facilities in St. Croix. Okay, every day next week. So you will see us out there moving and about in the different public schools. The following week, okay, we will be moving to do the visits in the St. Thomas public schools. Okay, and good afternoon, Dr. Brown. Yes, folks, my special guest is here, and I will be opening up the mic to him in a few minutes. As I say, the Board of Education will be doing school visits to the St. Thomas public school facilities on the week of the 17th. Okay, so you'll see us out and about with that. And the one last announcement that I want to make now, and I will again later, is that November 21st, which is, let's see, that's Friday, okay? 2 weeks from this Friday, November 21st, will be the election of the members for the GESC board, and that is the Government Employees Service Commission, okay? Of which, as you know, Miss Beverly Joseph presently is the chair, and in St. Croix, uh, the retirees over 65 who are on United Healthcare, your representative is Miss Beverly Joseph. I am encouraging all of you on the 21st of November. They have been granted permission by the Board of Election that the election will be conducted at the election um, board office, which, by the way, has temporarily moved. Okay. Now, the way that I can best describe it is that it is in a Sunny Isle shopping center area. And it is what you might say 2 doors north of the food court area. Okay. I'm sure there must be a sign on the door someplace, but that is the description that I can give for now. So it is still in a Sanya. It's just that it's not up in the corner. It is closer to the food court area. And that will be all day Friday, November 21st. I want to make sure that those of you retirees who are under 65 years old, you are still covered by Cigna. So your representative is not Debbie Christopher. Your representative is Beverly Joseph. So please make sure you go out and vote for Miss Beverly Joseph. And those of us who are over 65 and on United Healthcare, we need to go out and vote for Ms. Debbie Christopher. Okay? Welcome, Ms. Dr. Brown. And folks have been waiting for you, so please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Miss Moran. How are you?
I am blessed and highly favored. Hope you are safe.
Yes, I am. I am definitely. A lot of people have not heard my voice in a long time. Uh, you know, now that I'm at that certain age in life, uh, I do less and less radio and stuff. There are other things that I'm more excited about, more involved in, and moving forward, you probably won't hear me as much on the radio as I have in the past. Um, many years. I've been an activist from 14 years old, and the last 36 years, whether it's here or abroad, I continue to be an activist. But the passion isn't really in me, Miss Moorhead, and listening audience to continue to do that. The last 4 or 5 years, I haven't had that passion as strong as it used to be, and especially over the last several months, um, with all the other things going on in my life. I really don't have that passion to continue. But, as we had talked about in reference to the Constitutional Convention this Moorhead and us coming together to have a discussion about that, uh, you know, I'm here to talk about that a little bit, as well as what's going on regionally, as well as what's going on internationally. And then hopefully we can touch a little bit on the new personal electronic communication device policy from the Department of Education, as well as Governor Albert Brown Jr. just mentioned, um, the Christian Step Library possibly using that as a museum, and for other things, which I agree with. I think, and not just the Virgin Islands, we have to definitely look at our public buildings and look and to see how useful they are. The libraries are a very useful place for social gathering, but in an age where you can go online and do research and find books that even the library here might not have, and everyone is now purchasing books online, it's changing the dynamics for the public libraries. And so, in order for the public libraries to exist, and this is globally, a lot of them now have become spaces for individuals to come and do readings, poetry stuff, search the internet, a lot more social groups, as well as what the governor talked about. So, a section may be used for as a museum so that it can generate income for itself. But the idea of us continuing to try to just have these buildings here and they're not making any money, in order to sustain themselves, especially a public library. I don't think that's wise. And so, we can have that discussion this morning about using the public library, at least the one here in Christiansted. That's what the governor mentioned, the one here. We talked about, well, let me say, when he was a senator. He's not a senator anymore, so I could talk about it. The bill is still there, but I was working with Senator Carrion to develop a sports museum in Frederickstead, and the legislation is there. I don't know who will take it up, if anyone, but that is something that the people in Frederickstead have talked about, for a very long time, in reference to really using that area for Polly Joseph and the town and stuff. And as we having more and more tourists come, it's one of the reasons I was a little bit behind this, why they have a bunch of tourists in Christiansted town. So hopefully that will take place whenever we get Polly Joseph come.
But that building, the primary or former or original um, education headquarters that then turned into a police station and then turned into something else before it was just uh, blocked off. And I'm talking about up here at Hospital Street.
Okay.
Okay, that is supposed to be the second build half of that project with the architectural group that is and I forget it, Chevrolet Larson, and then was working at
Yes.
that, that the ones that
Wonderful,
the
man.
one they
Yes,
doing
yes,
across
yes.
the street,
Yes.
because when that one finished, I understand they're supposed to do the other one where education was. But thought that if anything, those would be then our museum.
Hmm. Well, we need to make some decision. I know we have the territorial park system. When you have a territorial park system, you have tend to have museums
Yeah.
that are protected by and folks. We talk about territorial park system, but it's expensive to maintain, and you have to have security. You have to have surveillance, all kinds of stuff. If you're going to put very expensive paintings and artifacts inside a museum, so we're in the early stages of that.
But
But it
and this
takes a
is why
lot.
I'm thinking those buildings, because they're really constructing them in some, well, the one right there on the corner is really looking great, and
Okay.
it looks like something that would be very secure,
Yes.
and like I said, I don't know as to how much space is it. It goes up 3 levels, so it
Yeah.
looks like it would be a lot of space, and then to add the one across the street, I think those would be ideal because they fit right into the factor that, cruise ship things, they brought the taxi people, bring them
Yeah.
immediately to the Christian said
Always.
part of town anyway.
Right.
So it would make sense for a museum to be on
Yeah.
this side of the island
Yeah.
rather than the other
On the
side.
side.
And, I would think and want to think that they would be thinking of and planning that
Yeah.
way
I think.
and leave our library alone.
Well.
The man is just showing that he's not a supporter of reading, even though he goes and read to the children and why you call them whatever they when they call volunteers and to
Yes.
read. But I mean, that's a disrespect that you want to just take a library and turn it
Well,
into a full
well,
museum.
I said before, I said, and I guess some of this is generational too, as well, because I kind of see what the governor is saying in regards to it, not necessarily getting rid of them, but how many folks are going in there, how many folks are using the resources in
Hold
there,
on,
and
Dr. Brown, I have
yes,
to stop you there
yes,
because
tell me,
if I mean, let's look at the hours. How many folks are free within the hours that they open to go in there?
that's a
Okay,
good point
and
too.
I have been, as I said, ever since,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't remember exactly when this was, but I know for sure.
Yes,
Donald Ducks Cole, former Senator
yes,
Donald Ducks Cole,
yes,
was the director of libraries before he went to PSC.
right,
Okay. And I specifically from them, even before, but I remember from then promoting and advocating for the libraries to at least twice a week
mm-hmm.
open later so that they could close later so that our students could get the benefit of fully using the libraries.
Was that done?
Never, ever. And I'm
That's
still
a good point.
advocating for
Well,
it.
that's a good
And
point.
the present director is telling me the same thing they always did, lack of staff. But
Well,
Mr. Brown,
then that's going to be the
if
same
you
thing,
open now from 9 to 6,
right?
isn't it the same staff you could use to open from 11 to 8?
May,
Why you telling me lack of staff when I'm not telling you add
I'm
hours?
surprised
I'm just telling you,
to be
ye-
doing the schedule to
yes,
just say open.
yes. Because
You
when
see,
you're there 9 to 6, who you serving?
hmm, okay,
Who
not
you
not
serving?
many people.
Yeah,
And most of the
you,
children when they get home, they're gonna do their homework, they're gonna do their
it
stuff,
has to be
and then
business
only
people
one
that
on
had other means of getting the
right.
information that they're coming there to get. Because I used to, sometimes when I used to go, I saw business people going in to read a newspaper for free.
Mm, okay.
That's what I saw them doing, going to read a
Reading news. That's
newspaper.
why I say it's a social place
You know?
to sit down, read the paper, do certain things. I mean, what you're saying is a valid issue. I mean, and maybe that's where now we have to see to get the proper data to make decisions. If we open
Yeah.
it later and people then still don't, then you can have the discussion.
But
But
it's the churn
it's the
that I
churn that
see, especially since every school facility does not have a functioning library.
that is true.
Okay, and we want the children to do proper research, but we're taking away the resource for them to do the research.
But
Does
they
that
have
make
a
sense?
yeah,
So
but
we forcing them onto Wikipedia.
an AI. That's
Exactly.
what and that's the that's
See?
some of this is generational because younger people today say, "Why I gotta go to the library before I could just go on my AI and get it information?" Or, but again, you have to be again. I said this all the time. You gotta be careful with the information you're getting from your AI. AI is not, and even the folks involved in the field are saying to folks, do not use the AI just as your primary. So you got to, duplicate, triplicate your sources. But folks are just using it and say, okay, this is factual, and I'm running with it, and then they're finding out they're having problems. So
But
again,
Mr. Brown, as long as people are writing books, see,
vitally important to write
we
books.
should always have
A library.
library.
Yes, I don't dispute that.
Okay. And
I don't dispute
and
that.
make sure that
It's
you're
just
yeah.
a matter of how to maintain it, how to maximize
Yeah.
it. So we just don't have a building there that's just there and hardly
Yeah.
anyone is using it to its fullest potential. And that discussion, I'm certain the leadership will have.
Good morning and welcome.
Yes, I just want to hail up Brother B and tell him I've been wondering if he had moved stateside fully.
No, never.
What happened? You looking help? I tell you already, Dr. Brown director, so they say great. So what are you looking to promote a movement?
No, but seriously, I just tuned back in again and heard you all talking about it.
And I get the undercurrent message.
Yeah. But, the thing is this. The governor, I don't know what it is. Sometimes I have a problem with what he says and how he says it. Why would he say, this library king ain't walking? What do you mean by that, sir? Let me say ain't walking.
Aren't you the one who said that you heard him some time ago say that he ain't into education?
I have him on tape. He said that he knows nothing about education.
So then why would he know about libraries, which is a foundational resource of education?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I believe sometimes he says things to make himself sound bad or cute or whatever. But it's not good. The thing is this, I understand he's been told by those close to him to stop it, but he wouldn't stop.
Well, there's no consequence for what he does, so why would he stop? There's no consequence. I mean, even if something leads into a violation of law, there's no consequence because he's done that before. There was no pull up by the no oversight by the legislature, who has the jurisdiction too, So hey, he and I always point out that he says it sort of in a silent message that he having fun.
Well, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, he has indicated, as far as I'm concerned, that really he is having fun.
And you're so correct. He says things in so many different ways. One time I posed the question about 900 homes still without roof. How can he sleep? He said he sleeps well. So I don't know. I really don't know. All I could see is that he enjoys being called Little Trumpy. So the Congress, the Supreme Court can't get Trump do nothing to him. So the same way you see the legislature and the court in the Virginia can't do nothing, neither. That's my assumption of the whole stuff. But let me just go quickly by saying this. God, it fly off my mind like this. I was going to ask Dr. Brown something. But it will come back to me and I'll come back. But I want to hear what he has to say.
Yeah, he has to get in before he starts again because I think there's something that going to be a lot of question. He has to get in and it changes for the sixth constitution.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the first thing, Ms. Moore, that we talked about what's going on regional, I think is very important. Over the last 12 years, I've been telling folks exactly what we're seeing happening now regionally, nationally, and it's particular St. Croix is coming to pass. We have a serious military buildup, and to me, St. Croix is very much going to be like Guam very soon with the military buildup. They're having these big AC 130, and then they have, I think, some folks that they have radars. All of that stuff is going to be there. The Apache helicopters, the Reaper drones, you name it. The ships are there in Frederickstead, and it's coming to pass. Really, in many ways, for the first time, you're seeing why the United States purchased the former Danish West Indies, which is now the Virgin Islands of the United States. It was not for any love of the people. It wasn't really commercial. It was all strategic, military wise. And they're now using it in that capacity, claiming their sovereignty over the islands, which again, there's some issues with that, with the treaty, which I won't get into. I think a lot of folks hearing a lot about the treaty and getting nervous about what does all of this mean. It's very complicated. It's way more complicated than just the Lansing Declaration. There's some other areas within that treaty that have some issues. But the reality of it is you see what's going on close to Venezuela. You see the problems that are now emerging with Trinidad and Tobago. And if you look at a straight line, there's no place like the Virgin Islands, especially St. Croix, it's Moorhead. And we have to look at that. And folks are complaining all the time to me, they're coming in 2, 3 o'clock in the night, they're making so much noise, my house shaking. Listen, what they say, this is the reality. I've always said, I've said it many times, we've had a relationship over the last 108 years where a lot of our people have given their lives and made the ultimate sacrifice for the nation. And there are many who are advocating for incorporation over and over again. I've said it many times. The U.S. is not going to incorporate us. And based upon what Speaker Johnson just said, as President Trump advocating, even up to today, for them to get Senate to get rid of the filibuster, he said, no, if we do that, then when the Democrats get back into power and they control the House, the Senate, and the White House, they may move to incorporate the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico, make them states. And we don't want that. That would be bad for our country. Said it like a couple of days ago. So I don't know. I mean, I understand as a human being why folks in the Virgin Islands in particular may have a hard time accepting with all the last 108 years or so what has happened in the territory. But we gotta get over that.
It's not that they can't, Mr. Brown, I keep on. I always remind you, it is the ignorance of the history.
That is true.
As well as even the ignorance of the government operation and function.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
and that is maybe I'm still fighting it, but I'm coming to the conclusion that really it is a deliberate position that our administration is forcing on us, because even to now, with the law that is in place about the implementation of the VI history, I mean the slow process of getting it done, in addition to when you look at the content that they're coming with. I mean, it's like sometimes I said to myself, it might have been better that we didn't fight for it.
Well,
because the ignorance that they're putting in the fetching curriculum is just as
and there's no
ridiculous.
benefit to that. There's no benefit to that.
And I'm going to call him out. I don't care. Dr. Larry Larson, I really expect better of a gentleman who's a native born Crucian, supposedly a major of history, and is the director of that particular area of history in the Department of Education. And when I pick up a notebook and all I keep seeing is U.S. Virgin Islands, U.S. Virgin Islands, that is just misleading our people to think that we are a part of America.
And
that as simple as it is.
Right.
Because people are like, oh, well, that's not going to be no big thing. Yes,
it is a big thing. It is. It is a big thing.
And it is the first and the most important misinformation that our children get.
Right.
Because everything that I see that they're bringing forth says the U.S. Virgin Islands.
The U.S. Virgin Islands, that gives a aspect, that language, that we're sovereign. We are not sovereign. We're
Nope.
not St. Kitts. We're not Iraq. We're not Thailand. Those are sovereign places. We are a colony, and we've been a colony for a very, 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 hundreds of years. And by not using the right words, the terminology, our children then go on to believe certain things when other people, other places know better and say, what U.S. Virgin Islands?
Yep.
Is there a place named the U.S.? Yeah, there's a place in St. Croix. You mean the Virgin Islands of the United States? That's the proper
And as
title.
I said, the majority of our people doesn't understand those things.
And-
So it's like, how can you have a sensible debate
Please, you can't.
when that is lacking?
Because and now as you see the build up happening and all the other things that will occur, because I'm 90% sure that there is going to be some conflict with Venezuela, 90%, and that will have far-reaching implication. And there are folks who are worried, well, the Virgin Islands will be attacked. Now that's not the real issue, Miss Moore. The real issue in the years to come is what I've said to folks, is that there's very likely a chance we're going to have another world war. Okay? And if you're China or Russia, or with probably North Korea and Iran and some other nations in between, the first places I would take out if I was one of them is 3 places for sure, just to show you I can hit you. That's St. Croix, that's Guam, and that's Alaska. Right off the bat. Nothing else happened. I want to show you the US. I can hit you. And when I show you I can hit you, you're going to hit me back. But I now then can hit you in Florida. I can hit you in New York. But St. Croix is so strategic. It's a straight line. Look at it. Just go on a map. Greenland all the way down to Venezuela, South America. It's like a straight line. Then you can go to Europe. You can go to the African continent. You could go to North America, Central America, South America. Straight line to the Panama Canal. And the waters are so deep around St. Croix. You're seeing now all of these naval ships, special forces. I'm not sure if the Gerald Ford will stop here, probably more so in St. Thomas if it does stop for a little break before they do whatever. But I mean, the US never really fully understood what they had in the Virgin, but they do now. And now they're calling in the favors. That's what folks don't want to understand. They're saying, we've done this for you. We've given you a lot of benefits, friends with benefits, right? But now,
Nothing is free.
for free.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Yes, just one second. Mr. Brown, I just wanted to know, I just heard Mr. Brown say that if somebody was going to attack America,
Yeah.
that you would got Alaska and St. Croix
And Guam.
as a choice to target,
And Guam.
and Guam.
Yes.
For me, that's like saying that you're going to attack America by knocking down the Wall Street Center or the Twin Towers. That thing will do a thing to America. Any military-minded individual that will tell you they're going to attack St. Croix, Guam, you about Puerto Rico and Alaska, that ain't going to do nothing to America. They're going to only piss them off. You ain't hurting them by attacking those places. So I don't see that as any strategic anything for any country to say they're going to hit the places you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna hurt America, you gotta hit America. You can't hit colony or insular areas. So I don't agree with that part, but
Okay.
I like to continue what you're saying.
Okay. Because when you hit well, of course, Alaska is a state. And when you hit Guam and the Virgin Islands, you're hitting the sovereignty of the United States. As I said before,
Really? You think? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
if you look at World War II, for example, what was done with Guam, where the Japanese did tremendous harm to the people in Guam and took over Guam for a period of time. Again, like I said, it's not, and you're correct. If you're looking at like strategic, like to say, yeah, I hit you, we're really going to war. You hit DC, you hit New York, you hit Florida. But if you want to really, in some ways, like I said, a strategic location, you hit St. Croix, you hit Guam, you hit Alaska. Russia would hit Alaska. That's the first place they're gonna hit. Because Alaska.
That's my question. What is that going to do to America if you hit Guam, Alaska, put out, take out Simcoe because you got forget it, St. Thomas and St. John. So you want to hit them too.
No,
You
no,
can't just take St.
no,
Croix and
no,
because St. Thomas
no,
and St. John.
no, I'm not going to hit St. Thomas and St. John because why going to hit St. Thomas and St. John for? St.
Yeah,
Thomas and
Because Epstein Island over there, you can forget that.
John.
You can Epstein Island, you're going to do more damage than it is in France.
Okay,
That one out.
I hear you. I hear you. I hear you. I need to come and see that. Okay, but
I'm going to continue.
yeah, no problem. But again, as the caller said, it's a psychological thing. Warfare is not, and I'm not a soldier. I've done a lot of reading in regards to military tactics. The caller is absolutely right in the sense of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix, Guam, and again, Alaska is a state. You won't think necessarily, yeah, okay, so we hit those places. But you're seeing the buildup. You're seeing the buildup with Puerto Rico. You're seeing the buildup on St. Croix. St. Croix has one of the longest airports in the region. I think if you go down past the airport, you see there's something going on. And these planes are always here. These military planes, the Apache, all of that stuff is here. And it's going to continue to be here. So if you're looking at, for example, you have a base on the western side of the African continent. Look at where St. Croix is. You understand what I'm saying? You could jump off of St. Croix, Miss Moorhead, like no other place. So that's one of the realities.
And our governor has been trying his best to help by the supporting
Yes.
the reopening of the refinery, which
Yes.
would make us even more of a target, really, than anything.
If we're going to
Because this is what Brother Q doesn't consider. What there is about these islands that is important to, I mean, it's not on the scale of some of the states are, but the point is that it's something that is away from them
yeah,
in that it removes some danger from them, but at the same time, it provides something for their activity,
right.
such as you said, because the planes are coming in all the time, they're bringing supplies.
It's a
They
supply
bring in
chain. That's
supplies
right.
that then come from the planes that goes to the doctor, don't go on the
Go on.
battleships.
Yes.
Because of our accessibility. In St. Croix, that St. Thomas
No.
and St. John don't have.
Right.
And that Guam has to because
Guam
it
has.
has a base there. These are the things that we, again, because we don't read.
Yeah, Tom, and I've always said, the Coral, the best harbor maybe in the entire Caribbean is Coral Bay. Coral Bay is 2 times naturally deeper than the harbor in St. Thomas. People want to argue with me with that all the time. I said, but the research is there. They did it. Captain Christmas, he did it before the U.S. acquired the islands, and he came back and he said, my God, if the Danes really understood what they were given, because Denmark, Norway, and then Denmark never used the islands to the fullest capacity. They may have only used it to like 30 or 40%, Ms. Moore.
Well, that is because they were distracted by the agriculture
of St. Croix,
which really provided the riches.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And people forget, that was the Danish Empire ended in 1950s when they incorporated Greenland. But Denmark was an empire.
Yeah.
People forget these things. Denmark, Norway, and then Denmark is an empire.
But Mr.
Just
Brown,
like the
when
US.
you say forget, you're talking about a small percentage. The majority can't forget because they don't know.
They don't know.
Okay?
They
Yes,
don't know.
exactly.
When you tell people Denmark, Norway, they don't. No, they have the Norwegian. Yes, we did. It was Denmark, Norway, and then after 1814, it was Denmark. They were in a relationship.
Yeah.
So, a lot of the again, the supplies that came from especially St. Croix, but then the Danish was saying, a lot of it was spread out to Sweden, Norway. Those Scandinavian countries benefited as well.
And to add to the confusion locally, is because there is such a serious difference in the history of St. Croix compared to St. Thomas and St. John.
Yes. St. John,
that adds to the complication of understanding.
St. John historically has been closer tied to St. Croix than St.
Yes.
Thomas.
Yes.
Have you heard
And maybe
people
that
don't
was,
know that?
and that might have been the reason for the political relationship that existed
Yeah,
before the likes of
yeah.
what's his face, the genius, that
Atlee,
changed everything.
Atlee.
Yes.
But remember, and St. Thomas, that's why I said to folks, St. Thomas used to be a hangout with Jamaica for the pirates. St. Thomas has always been.
Wicked.
I always say, hold on, the views and opinions expressed by the host don't necessarily reflect Dr. Brown. But the St. Thomas has always been
The
involved.
musketeer went by, they good for nothing.
Oh.
Hey, what they went St. Thomas.
My wife gonna text me now. She said good for nothing. My wife love to hear you say good for nothing. It just to make her tickle and laugh. So I know she gonna be happy though. But St. Thomas has, historically been involved in transshipment. And, like I said, the pirates used to hang out in Jamaica and St. Thomas. They've been doing that for centuries.
Yeah.
They know how to do better than anyone else. And
Yeah.
and that harbor is so amazing. And now they're doing
Yeah.
Virgin, all of that stuff to get even the bigger cruise ships. And I'm certain if the military needs it, they're going to do. But why would they need it?
And
You
be
know?
perfectly honest,
They
this
have
is
to
what Senator Francis, if he knows, won't accept as to the reason his transshipment idea for the South Shore
Yeah.
isn't going anyplace.
Why you say that?
Mr. Brown,
Yeah.
it is historical that any time there's something that St. Thomas leadership can control, it must happen only in St. Thomas.
So you think
This has been from the fight from back with Cyril King
yeah,
with that Cyril King airport.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
the international airport was always supposed to be in St. Croix
right.
because hello, the geography, the space or whatever, St. Thomas cannot have
Yeah.
by its definition an international airport. But what is its name? Cyril King International Airport. See how we miseducate and misinform our people?
No, but
Because there's nothing international. Remember that here you have a lot of flights going, but by what should be an official classification, it does not classify.
right.
Okay? But here it is in St. Croix now. I remember my nephew always used to complain. There's no radar system, there's no all to make sure that it does not reach the level of being an international.
Okay. But don't you and I just trying this out. Do you think that DOD, the Department of Defense, care what the Centurions think?
No, it don't, but they're not they're not overpowering because one thing we
Okay.
must acknowledge always with defense
Yes.
is that they leave it for the locals to run
Right.
the thing, even if they run it in the ground.
Right. But
When they run it in the ground too much, that it cannot be, that then everybody say as it's coming to that, because I'm hearing people say, let the feds take over.
no, the feds ain't taking
Okay.
over.
But I'm saying
Yeah.
they do not because they respect
The local.
local government.
But keep in mind, and this is where maybe this is so interesting. The United States has declared war.
Well, not
and,
really.
And the narco terrorists.
They
But Trump,
declare,
let me
they
rephrase that.
declare
President
drug
Trump,
war,
a
not
drug war,
Yeah.
a drug war.
Yeah.
And that is going to expand in ways we could only imagine. Not even I am totally sure
Until
where they're
the
going.
Congress gets some sense, which hopefully election will give them a little push
To have
to
more
that thing.
oversight. But they
to understand that they have to stop with the cult because it's dangerous to all of us health.
well, yeah.
I think they will get to that point. How soon they'll get there, I don't know.
Because
But I don't think it's going to last his whole term.
who Trump? President Trump?
Yeah.
You know what I think? But President Trump said it best a couple of days ago when he was in Asia. He said, I don't need the Congress anymore. And folks don't understand what he meant by that. They're like, what you? He's like, I got my agenda through legislatively. So now I'm going to focus on these things like Nigeria, Greenland, the Virgin Islands, all of us, and whatever issues are.
Whether he think he needs it or not, at some point, Congress got to catch.
To have more oversight.
They have to understand that this man is detrimental to their own existence
But,
and make a change.
but they voted for him.
Well, yesterday, everybody,
That's the
Mr.
problem.
Brown, everybody could make a mistake, but they can't to say that they can't correct
So
themselves.
let's go ahead. Let's go ahead.
They made a mistake, admittedly, but what I'm saying is, before his term is up,
Yes.
I am hoping and betting and thinking
Yes.
that they will have a change.
In 2026. And I think
well, after 2026, because as I see it,
yes.
everything will change.
Well, it's more. I don't. Let me tell you this, right?
They don't see a change. Every single Democrat won in this.
Yesterday it was a mashup.
Exactly.
But I think this is where the rubber hits the road for the U.S. The U.S. is acting like an empire,
Mhm.
and from since World War II, well, really in its
Not the
history.
US. Don't say the US, Mr. Brown, because that is misleading.
No, I
You
said,
have to put it where it is.
well,
President Trump.
but the people in the U.S. elected him. That's what I'm
And they are,
saying.
and they are,
Same as more.
yeah, but they already realized their mistake. That's why you have 7 million people
Yes.
in a demonstration saying no king.
Yeah, but them 7 million no back to them. They're just 7 million.
But they will
19
see,
million didn't vote.
we will see the
Mhm.
other set of million, hopefully, November 2026.
But I had a conversation this morning. I believe that the Democrats gonna win back the House 20-30 seats and have more oversight. I don't think they're gonna win the Senate, but as the President Trump
It's
has said,
possible. It's
well,
still
anything is
possible.
possible. Yes, indeed, anything is possible. But they still have to run into a roadblock, and he runs into the roadblock. So right now, he's saying he doesn't need Congress, but if the Democrats win the House and the Senate, they just need to win one. He has to work with them in order to get things done. That's just not a legislative issue, which
And
he
he
doesn't
will
want
be
to do.
somehow reined in.
And he will be somehow winning.
And
That's
this-
how the
and-
process works.
And
That's
all
how the
of that,
process
and
works.
is what I'm saying is, then
Mhm.
those Republicans
Mhm.
will begin to see that
Well,
there must be a change.
I think that
And
this.
that's the kind of change I was making.
Well, you know, Governor Bryan and the governor of Puerto Rico, Ms. Gonzalez, I think her name is, and as well as the Prime Minister for Trinidad, they're the ones who have been the most vocal in support of what is happening in the region. Many of the other leaders in the region don't necessarily, they haven't said much. Let me say that like that.
And you know,
They haven't said much.
I don't have, I have not seen enough in order to have the defense or the support for it. But I'm thinking that all three of them
Mhm.
are acting on personal subjective reasons.
Okay, explain that from your
They're
perspective.
looking for what they personally will get out of the support.
Oh, Jesus. I
Because
should
there are
have
things
not. Tell me why you
that-
believe that, Miss
Well,
Moorhead.
because the thing, I mean, just like now, listen, Governor Bryan is saying, come,
Yes.
okay?
Economic benefits.
And as he sees, that will contribute to business,
Yes.
which will contribute to grocery receipt,
We see
which
that.
will give him more money to the direct to the veteran people that he favored to have contracts and to make profit, including himself with all his different LLC that he created anonymously.
Okay. What about the governor in Puerto Rico?
Well, the hell, all of them could be the same,
Ah,
just,
they
as,
will
just as some little things are a little different, but
Okay.
you know, it's the same kind of thing.
Okay.
Which is adding to their legacy too, because in this time, you know, unemployment was down, the grocery
Okay.
sheet was sky high, the GDP is the highest it's been in 10 years. What, you know,
Okay.
they're
Okay.
not thinking it's not the people first.
Okay. Well, you know, the leaders in the Caribbean have said that this is a region of peace. We've been one of the most violent regions in historically, not because of our own selves, but because of colonialism, slavery, and all of these other things. Over the last 75, 80 years, the region has been fairly peaceful. I mean, when you think of the Middle East, when you think of other places around the world, the Caribbean has not been a place where you necessarily see Grenada goes in against St. Lucia go against Jamaica, and all of these other things. And we tend to try to have a decent relationship with our neighbors in
Yeah.
South America, Central and South America.
And,
Uh,
and,
but
the, and
that's
the region
about
and
to
the
change.
world could have
About to
been,
change.
and the region as well as the world could have been gaining more to peace, if not for the good for nothing President Trump. Because everything was set for that to happen. If
He said he's going to Nigeria. That should happen. I think that will happen maybe even before he goes in Venezuela. Because he said he's going to take action against certain Islamic groups that have a history, and according to what he said, of killing Christians. And if the Nigerian government does not
and
do
tell
it,
the,
he's
and
going
tell
to
the
do it.
people really what it is about Nigeria that he wants.
Well, what does he want, Miss Moore? There's a
Now,
lot
now
about
you
Nigeria.
miss some wrong. You know,
There's a lot
tell the
about
people.
Nigeria. There's a lot happening on the continent.
Eh?
There's a
But
lot of
what does
resources.
Nigeria have
Aside from
that
the
is
people,
valuable?
well,
Yeah,
they have
aside from
oil, they
people.
have diamonds, they have a
Yeah.
lot of stuff. It's like
Speak up, Mr.
they have a
Brown.
connection. You see all of that.
Eh?
All of the what's going on with the African leaders.
And
I
as you
mean,
said, the diamonds and everything, and they think that's not
Self-
something to be.
all these cell phones don't come for free, you know.
All right. Okay.
I mean,
So,
I'm just being real. I mean, you asked me.
Yes, and I want the people listening to understand.
Yeah, I mean, folks don't understand the one big beautiful bill. It's like 940 pages. I haven't read. That's too many pages to try to. I've done sections. Listen to other people. I mean, that bill has in reform for financial. It has for AI. It has for minerals, supporting companies that do rare earths. As we can see, that's the big thing right now. There's a lot in that bill. Electric vehicles, doing away with all of that stuff, the rebate stuff like that. It's a comprehensive piece
And
of
we just
legislation.
bigging it up because we get our $13. Good afternoon and welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon. I just wanted to add
Mm-hmm.
that there is a connection between Ukraine, Iraq, Libya, and the other places you mentioned. The United States, the United States want their resources. So all what Trump is before he come out the app, he's trying to make as much money for himself and his capitalist partners as much as possible, and he's just using the U.S. military to attack countries and subdue the countries so that they could get the natural resources. I mean, when he had the conference or the meeting with the leader of Ukraine, he stated it perfectly. He said, if you give me a certain percentage of your resources, then we have a deal. And then it's the same kind of situation he suggested or made suggestions with Maduro to say, well, Maduro offer him the natural resources,
Yes,
but then
he
he
did.
said, well, he worrying about that. He's just trying to get him out of there with the dead corpse of Maduro must be in United States hands. And I hope that Russia and China are stepping up to the plate because they leave Venezuela to fall into the hands of the United States. And as you are saying, the next place is looking to try to go to is Nigeria, again, for its resources.
Mm.
And, the sad thing about it is when you talk about, I think it was Mohammed mentioned it, that the United States population, in everybody, but there's a large percentage of them have always been either in government or in the military that have been supporting the imperialist actions of the United States of America from its inception. So the thing about it is they always have people that support Trump, or people like Trump. He's only a figurehead. And the other people that are wrong or who might not be in elected office, say the CEOs or those companies are making millions of dollars, private contractors, that there is a private contractor that has targeted, that they're using to target Maduro in Venezuela. I forget the name of it right now off my head.
Right.
But there is a private contractor based in Florida that they're using to target him and support his opposition lady, that opposition lady, to out him so that they could take control.
Well, the truth of the matter, the truth of the matter is Maduro is gone.
Huh?
Maduro is gone. Let's just say that Maduro is gone. Don't. China and Russia is not going to help Maduro. Maduro could ask him a
Well,
million.
I ain't going with that. I
Okay.
say you must see because Russia and China got to step in
They ain't gonna help him.
and show the way.
They ain't gonna help him. They're not gonna help him. Maduro is
Well,
gone. What can Maduro offer Russia and China that Russia and China can't get for themselves?
with the same thing that America wants.
Right, and America has said the Monroe Doctrine, they're not going to let any European or Asian or whatever nation come in the hemisphere and dominate. So Maduro is gone.
That's what Russia and China got to eradicate the Monroe Doctrine, because if the Monroe Doctrine was saying that every place in the Caribbean is their back door and nobody else could occupy that but them,
Right.
then again, this is why revolutionary organization, revolutionary countries like Cuba and Venezuela have always been opposed to
Yes.
the United States
Yes.
because of the hegemony of the United States in their countries and their
Yes.
region.
Yes.
And you have to have somebody that can challenge them. And the only people that can challenge them is Russia
And China. Yes.
Okay. Carla, we got to move on. I have another call I have to pick up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm gonna piggyback after
Good
this
afternoon.
call.
Yes, Mary, I want to say definitely that I'm in full agreement with what both of you, Mr. Brown, and yourself, of course, and brother Q, is saying with where this entire thing is moving towards. What I do not understand,
Mm-hmm.
never mind overstand. Why is one man, when I say one man, I realize Jane Trump alone doing this. He
Thank
is
you.
doing the bidding
Thank you.
of all millionaires. The more they got, the more they want. And they take it from you that you ain't supposed to have it. Why in the hell for ASS, as they would say, Nigerian want any uranium and gold and diamond? They better white buy them. So they're going to take it. You see? But a lot of people now is losing faith. And it's sad when people start to become blasphemous and say, you see, God wiped up like them, so he stopping them.
Mm.
And to me, that's blasphemy. Because God works in his own time. He will stop Trump and Trump mother when he's ready to stop them. But until he does, it will continue. You know, the thing is, so how much more for this strife want? How much more? What does he need and want? What? Why is he now not only the commander-in-chief of the United States forces, but commander-in-chief of the world? He going to touch and telling them what you going to do?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to come in on your face and I'm going to take this. And then to add insult to injury and the children are listening. The man continue. First of all, he changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And sometimes in a one sentence, he use the word kill, over and over and over. And that's who we have leading us.
Oh,
That's it.
I got to hold you there. I have another call I got to bring
You
in.
got a lot of calls. Go
That's
ahead.
it. It's a sad day not only for America, but for the world. I got.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Good
You got
afternoon
plenty
and
calls
welcome.
before that.
Yes. Good afternoon, Ms. Boyd. How are you
Afternoon.
doing today?
I'm blessed, highly favored. Hope you are same.
Yes, well, I just tuned into the stream, and I want to say I voted yesterday here in the Bronx
Okay.
for Mr. Madani
Okay.
and making it 2 for 2. I voted for the first black mayor of the city of New York, to
Mm.
Mr. Moldani, the first
Muslim.
So
Muslim.
the blue tsunami has begun because, as you can see, right next door in New Jersey,
Yeah.
the lady that ran as a Democrat for governor, she won Virginia, which I think the governor, lieutenant governor,
And the
attorney
attorney general.
general.
Yes.
So we are a year away from the midterms, which I think we'll be able to get enough seats in the
And
House of
then, and
Representatives.
only then can you accurately call it a tsunami, not before.
Well, okay. Well, we just did the earthquake because before tsunami, you have to have an earthquake. The tectonic plates just move, so the sea level just raised, and the water coming towards the shore 500 miles an hour. How is that?
I will allow.
So even without the gerrymandering that's going on in Texas, which Gavin Newsom, the governor of California, said,
Yeah.
if you move one district, we move two.
Right.
So,
Proposition 50.
we just waited for the representative from Arizona to be sworn in once the federal Mr. Johnson brings the House back in.
Yeah. And that gonna
Back to
happen.
doing the people's business.
That might happen by Friday.
Well,
It's gonna happen.
let's
Check.
hope so.
Trust me. Trust me.
It's gonna happen eventually.
It gonna happen.
No,
It gonna happen
what's his
very
name?
fast.
Yeah, but Ted Cruz said that, and he said it saying that because that the Democrats really wanted election to happen first.
Right.
But really, if people understand, he said that just trying to be held as someone who could predict the politics, but he know that it was not that the Democrats was waiting for the election. It was that everyone know the Democrats were going to dominate the election, and that would force the Republicans to come to the table, if nothing else. But he put it on the Democrats instead of having the Republicans be the one responsible for acquiescing.
I think what frightened, not I think, I know. What frightened Republicans on the national level, more so than New York or California, and those are very liberal states, is Virginia. Because Virginia has a lot of federal workers. If you ever been Virginia, I've been Virginia. You walk in that, it's federal workers all over. And they demolished the Republican Party in Virginia. And as I said, there's a very good chance that come next year, Republicans have to expect maybe 20, 30 seats, maybe even more. That's going to be because folks don't forget these types of things. This is bread and butter, and millions of Americans live paycheck to paycheck. And so you miss a paycheck and your mortgage fall behind, you don't forget that.
But the Democrats need to deal with Mr. Gentleman there in Pennsylvania,
Fetterman?
Fetterman. He needs to be dealt with because he's causing problems.
That's Dr. Brown there with you in the studio.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. I thought you knew.
Oh, okay. Dr.
Because
Brown,
we're getting ready to talk about the adjustments that was made
Yes,
with the sixth Constitution bill.
Okay, well let me just wrap up so y'all could go ahead with the program.
Yeah.
Dr. Brown, as you just mentioned Virginia. Virginia is what is known as a purple state, right?
I think so. It goes back and forth over the last couple of years.
Between
Yeah.
red and blue,
Yeah.
Republicans, Democrats. Also North Carolina.
Yeah.
Well, as based on what I gathered as I'm here in New York, we would like to say, the big key wasn't Modani, yes, indeed, but what took place in Virginia
Yeah.
with the governor, lieutenant governor, and the
Yeah.
state attorney general, and New Jersey as well, with the Democrats picking up a gubernatorial seat over in the state of New Jersey. And, I just think these are just signs to come that people realize, what's taking place there, with everything that's going on with ICE. I'm sure everybody on social media is fully aware of that basically, to me, and Dr. Brown, you could correct me if I'm it seemed like Trump is trying to get into a military conflict because if he can get martial law instituted here in America with the federal courts fighting back, then if he enters into a war, right now we don't have any checks and balances because of what's going on with Congress. So he can just write an executive order. You see what he's doing with these fishing boats down in Venezuela.
Right.
My thing is, could he use this as a way, if we're in some kind of military conflict down in Venezuela, or even as we are talking about Nigeria, and of course all of this is about resources, that, if there's sort of military conflict with that, stop the midterms, or it only could be if something is happening here in the 50 states, some sort of military intervention.
Here's my position. If he starts a war, then he can open back the draft and get all the black people in the army, so then he can control the election, because naturally he will control their voting.
Okay, well, Carl, I have been more headed the views that are paying. This boy, you didn't reform today, boy. Oh my God.
Hello, it's an idea.
It's an idea. Okay.
What do you think, Mr. Grant? Isn't that possible?
No, it's not, no.
The draft can be activated by Congress,
It can.
who he controls.
But
Well, that right now. So
Yes, I'm talking before November election.
November, that's a possibility because
anything
they're
is
going along with
Yes.
everything that he proposes without any sort of oversight or any sort of
Mr. Grant,
regulation.
the idea that y'all are talking about possible war to happen
it's,
is something that would happen between now and next November.
it's going to
So
happen.
that okay.
It's
So
going to
therefore,
happen.
if it
Yeah.
happens, it seems natural to me that he will want the draft activated, because yes, the white people going to stay home. So you have the draft, and then what you do is to gather up all the African descendants and put them in the RP, and you have control of them.
But I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why the draft wouldn't be activated. None of those countries that he's going, that they will be conflict with. Nigeria is like 50-50 to me, but Venezuela for sure, 90% in my view. Their military cannot compete with the U.S. If you were talking Russia and China, yeah, I would say that's a real strong possibility. But Venezuela, maybe 50,000.
So you want to say because we right now the army is alright, like the draft is necessary. It ain't a matter
No,
whether
it's
it's
not,
necessary or
it's
not.
not
It's
necessary.
a matter of
Can
what
it be done?
it
That's
is
what
a
you're saying?
matter of what Trump is trying to accomplish. And it is power and control. He's not studying what you were looking at. It's a matter of power and control.
Well, I agree with that.
That's
But,
all he's looking at
but he don't need the
across
draft.
the entire US. Yes,
Yes.
he needs a draft
Why?
because that takes away competition. And that also gives more control over the people.
Yeah, but I don't think the Congress would approve of any draft.
Why? Hello. Why?
Because Republicans right now got what happened last night. Tell the Republican Party that the people get this wrong, in a lot of ways. They assume because the Magna is one part of the Republican Party,
Yes.
and you see Speaker Johnson say to President Trump with the filibuster, all this, no, this can't work. But President Trump has said it, and
That's the
I don't need
filibuster.
Congress.
That's the filibuster
You understand?
because of their
With the Senate.
worry. Exactly. But that has nothing to do with having a draft.
It does not.
Okay.
It does not.
Yes, Mr.
If,
Carr.
if they're going to institute a draft, the first thing they have to do is open up the federal government because since the
Well,
federal
all that
government-
yes would happen. I'm talking about things down the line, Mr. Grant.
Billionaire body to pay the military, and last Thursday we just had a bread line. We have a food pantry right in the building next door to me that was like 2 blocks long.
Yeah.
So first of all, I
and as you say, institute the draft. One of the things they were saying with now that he has destroyed the farming industry in California, Texas, and Florida, was that they wanted blacks back out in the field. So something that you say. I mean, they could reinstitute the draft, but what happened with Vietnam, where people headed north and did draft dodges, like the president who had 5 votes for. I mean, he instituted a draft, the man who dodged the draft.
Because it doesn't affect him. It would not affect him, Mr. Grant. It's a matter of control, and it would give him control of people who he don't have control of them. Do you realize if you know, all those because he says that the black men love him, but he knows that that is not necessarily so in a majority. But he gets them into a draft. Do you realize that when they become part of the army, that you could in the army tell them when come time November 2026, I'm sorry, but you don't qualify to vote. So you don't get a ballot.
And
Tell me who is going to say no, that can't happen.
well, a lot of Americans, keep in mind in this moment, a lot of Americans are
We keep
physically ready
forgetting,
to be in the
but we
military, you know.
keep seeming to want to minimize the power and the gall of this man. That's the problem I have with people. That the man shows you so many times.
It tells you
how
what
he
you're gonna do.
exactly,
You
and
can't-
he does things that make no sense to any of us, and that we all say is hurtful. But yet we are,
People vote for him.
but yet we know
Uh-huh.
are you know, afraid to admit and acknowledge that he could do things that are more harmful. And that's the problem I have. Why is it that we think his harm is limited?
But people took him for granted, like you say.
They
And
voted
they
for
still
him.
are.
And there you go. There you go.
And they still are. That's why he would have a draft and control
You really
everybody.
believe that?
I
You
believe
believe
it's possible.
it? Anything. Yeah.
He tells you what he's gonna do. He projects when he's saying, "Oh, AOC is low IQ." That is him. And so, not only does he project, but he's gonna tell you ahead of time. Well, it's up to you to if you want to play pops up and take it for granted, and then after the fact, you say, "Oh, well, we should have." No, you should have prepared yourself when he told you, if elected, I want to be a dictator on day one. You know, I want to do all these things, and you know, and anything he says is just the opposite. It's bizarre world. If you say it's up, it's down, east, west.
Well, Mr. Grant, and I'll say this and I have to let you go. I see the idea of a draft because
Mhm.
the one thing that will keep him in power, that he is what happened with the adjustment of the maps in the different districts. That sort of hit a wall because of what California is doing. But the one other way that he can accomplish that is by controlling the votes of a segment of people. And that will happen if you take several thousand black men and put black and Hispanic or whatever and put them in the army where you now control whether I vote or don't vote.
It's a possibility. That's what that.
Well, Dr. Brown, Ms. Moya, let me end on this. It's a great possibility.
It's a possibility. Anything is possible.
With all of the layoffs from the federal employees, the way how the job market is, the way how the economy is, and whether you're working for ICE or in the military, those are the two entities that is being funded and that you could get some sort of gainful employment. So, Ms. Moorhead, I second your motion that, you know, it's a possibility, and with Trump, everything is possible. Everything and anything.
Thank you.
On that note, y'all take care.
Same to you.
And I'll continue listening to the program.
And you do the same.
Well, I'm up to this, so it's 65. So
You know you ain't gonna sympathy yet, so don't tell me no more.
65, that's-
You make that choice. Go bye.
think, let me say this, Ms. Moore, before we get to the content, I want to definitely switch to that discussion, because that's what I came up with more than anything. In Venezuela, very quickly, this is what I see. The U.S., the military in Venezuela, probably any conflict, I give it 3 to 5 days the most. I think that Maduro is gone. That's not the issue, Maduro being gone. The issue is what comes next. And when you drop a glass and it breaks, you don't know how it's going, the pieces are going to fly. And so the US is going to have to stay in Venezuela for many, many years, maybe even up to like 25 years. And, just to settle things down. And after that, you don't know if there's going to be a civil conflict, a civil war in that country. Because a lot of people support Maduro, they supported Chavez. And you're never in a good position when you're in an opposition party and another country has to come in and then say you're going to rule, and that never works out well. So the U.S. I shouldn't say own, but the U.S. has to stay in Venezuela and deal with all the ramifications. And if it gets to some kind of guerrilla warfare and the Colombians get in it, it could be a very, very bad situation all
And you
around
have
the
the
region.
excuse for a draft.
Well, there you go.
Good afternoon and
There you
welcome.
There you go.
Okay, I need to ask you and Dr. Brown something quickly, but I don't want you to answer before I make a statement after I pose the question. Is the Sixth Constitution Convention now ready to accept the fifth
Now,
as the document, or are they still going to ask for more money and time? You could answer now.
They already asked
They
for
already
more
put
money
money
and
on
time.
time.
You
That's
there,
given.
you
behind.
behind.
I know, but okay. You were saying that Dr. Brown was coming with some.
Yeah,
other
because that bill passed already,
that
Mr.
bill
Nate.
passed. Yeah,
That bill passed.
last week.
The only thing that would delay it, not stop it, delay it, is whether or not the governor signs it. But
And that-
that was already passed by the legislature. They
But
have
tell me,
the time has been extended, and money is going to be appropriated.
so the guy two bites at the apple then.
Well, me,
I
how much
don't-
money to call it, me,
But they have time.
Why
And
they don't just adapt the fifth and stop the bullet?
no, that's
Waste this time and money.
That's not gonna happen. It's the president of the convention made that very clear in his testimony that based on the existing legislation, the way it was written, it gave the authority of the 6 constitutional convention delegates to do what they felt was necessary, and it's all indications that they're not going to adopt. It don't, Ms. White, I don't know if you agree with me, but it don't look like they are going to adopt any wording, maybe just the heading to the titles of certain articles, and that's about it. But this is a totally new document. The fifth is not going to be the document that is put forward. I don't think any section.
Okay, and the thing is this, and I'm going after saying this, and I mention it, I know Musi very well, and I know how deliberative and professional and everything else that goes along with legal matters.
Uh-huh.
So I know that he wasn't going to, because I said he's kind of quiet as there's no president of the commission or the chairperson. And I always felt that he just was listening and he was going to finally come up and say something. I missed what he had said. I didn't even realize that they got time and money.
They did.
You see, I didn't realize that. But let me ask this then.
Well, hold on. If you didn't realize that and you didn't know that, then I'm going to ask you to just go listen, because that is what Mr. Brown is going to clarify right now. So
Yeah, but
don't ask no more questions, because the information is going to come from his presentation, and then you could call with your question.
I am not going to ask any more questions now. Because
Okay.
that's exactly what I wanted, because I told you I was sitting feverishly waiting and Dr. Brown thing, but I was discussing everything else.
No, they're here now.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'll
Thank
listen.
you. All right.
So, Miss Moorhead, the deadline was October 31st, but that has gone. And just before that deadline came for the delegates of the Sixth Constitutional Convention to submit the document to the governor, they had a hearing before the legislature. Senator Usi Richards was there with Miss Daniels, and I forget the young man, wonderful young man name at the time. I think he's an attorney. You could probably find out for me real
He's
quick.
not an attorney.
He's not an attorney. Look, I thought he was. So I put in title on the young man, and I usually know that. But he presents as an attorney, but it's more he's telling me he's not. But he was there as well to support the president of the convention, Senator Usi Richards. And again, I have a lot of respect for Senator Richards. He was very statesmanlike. He was a former member of the legislature, which gives him a big advantage. Big advantage. Senators don't tend to, not cooperate with other senators, even though they're former. So that was to his advantage right there. And he mentioned that there was a small group of delegates who came, and I guess they made a presentation to the full body of the delegates, and they were able to convince him that they needed more time and money, which doesn't surprise me. But this is why we talked about why constitutional convention isn't necessarily legislative, even though they may have, the sections of the government, the legislative branch is one of them. It's more deliberative, Ms. Moorhead. You have to convince the other people that what you're saying is right. It's not really a minority and a majority. That's not how it works. You have to convince the folks in that room that what you're saying is right and will be beneficial to the final document being approved. And they were able, as Senator Richards said, to convince him that they needed the more time and they needed the funding. I think that Ms. Daniel sends out a little newsletter, and most of the articles are complete, folks. They're just one more section, one more article, and several sections that need to be completed. But the election is supposed to be, and this one of the controversy is supposed to be in July of 2027. You read that, right, Ms. Moorhead? Are you looking for it? In 2027. And I think that what was interesting is that the delegates decided that what they're going to do is finish the document and then present it to the people. And then after getting input from town halls and from social media and from all these other sources, then they will then send the document on to the governor with any corrections that was made, as well as legal counsel. So that's an interesting twist on that whole process. They want to get the people's input first. Now here's I present sides. I that's what I do. The danger in that, though, that there is a danger in that. The danger in the community didn't ask for this. The community didn't ask for a constitutional convention. It was the legislature. It was Senator Thoreau and Senator Whitaker who were the champions of this process initially. Neither one of them are there. And so the community, compared to the fifth, I think like the fifth was like maybe 60-70% of the community was involved in some way, whether you're for it, against it, or whatever. But this is almost complete silence. And even some of the delegates have said the lack of community engagement is not good. With all that's going on in the region, in all that's going on in the nation, with all that's going on internationally, with birthright citizenship, all of these other issues, cost of living in the Virgin Islands, which is unbelievable. They have to now fight through all of that to get the people engaged in a whole year. There is no guarantee, Ms. Moorhead, in a year people are going to be engaged. They may be less engaged because they're like, we want this over with. We want this done. That's the danger.
As I recall, Delegate Daniel specifically was the one who, in a question by Senator Carla Joseph, confirmed that within, I
6
think,
months?
They would do this extensive educational process concerning the narratives that they had written in the draft in order to get the people to be understanding and supportive of the draft. And then whatever did come up that they would consider significant enough in order to consider editing, correction or adjustments to the draft, that would be done. And then, yes, they would send it to the governor for forwarding
Right.
to the president. I really, and they made the case that this is seemingly something that was necessary, needed all along in the process.
Yeah, but
If
that
you
I
understood
understood
that,
what they were
okay,
saying, but
but yet nobody admitted that this is the process that the legislature designed
fine.
with every single constitutional
That's correct.
convention.
That's correct.
Okay,
That's
they,
correct.
and I would say my personal position, that is because of the understanding and knowledge of Usi as a former senator, a very capable
Yeah.
statesman,
Decide.
that they went this other way.
Hmm.
Okay, uh, even though he said that they had to convince him.
He put the convention on his back. I
Okay,
mean, that's what it is. He literally saying to them and to everybody, I put it on my back because he said it a couple times. I didn't. They convinced me. And when you're the vote, you're the president, and you're just still one vote, but you're saying that to the community, you're putting it on your back.
what
Your
I
back.
really would like to know is if Delegate Daniel, and I think the other gentleman last name is Richardson or
I think so.
something.
I'm gonna find it.
Okay. Um, if those two, who are the youngest, well, there's one other young lady, I don't recall her name, those three are what you would say is in the, what's that generation just before Gen Z,
Generation X.
Generation X. I would have liked to know, in all the virtual communications that they've been having in their committee meetings, in their virtual committee meetings, what percentage was from their generation?
Hmm.
Because
Right.
here it is, as I see it,
Right.
okay, the times that we think, or any in person that I attended, because I attended two in person um, what's that plenary
Yes.
sessions. Okay, I didn't see anybody in their age group. I didn't see anybody up on the screen on their age group. So, and this is what
And
I think,
you really won't.
this is where I see should be the area or the generation that should be heavy into voting for this sixth constitution document. So, how, if you don't have them engaged now, are you telling me that you're really going to get them engaged then?
But
Just
that's
because the two y'all is in their generation, but it hasn't worked yet.
my dad used to always tell me something that is universally true. Just because you care about something ever don't mean I care. Just because I care about something don't mean you care. And when sometimes you're in something and you're like passionate about it, like I said, I'm no longer passionate to be on the air so much because I've gotten to a different stage in my life. When you're so passionate, sometimes you can't see the other people who are like, that's not really important to me right now. Cost of living is important to me. Getting my rent paid. How do I buy a house here? How do I live here? What role will I play here? All of these things become more important than taking time to vote for a document that how does all of this connect to me? They have to do that now. They have a year, that's a lot of time, but at a certain time, believe me, they're going to be, just as you said, they're going to realize either the community is engaged now or the community is not engaged. What do you do when the community may not be engaged? You keep dragging it out to say, okay, well, we have the money, we have the time, we're gonna have more time. We're gonna no, the community will be like, let's get this done with. And then you're holding it on July 3rd, which you done that's gonna change.
Well,
That's not a good idea.
you sound my position on
Yeah,
that
I
one.
saw a lot of people.
Okay.
July 3rd has a lot of events,
But
and
whether there's
special
an event
election
or not,
don't do
because
well here.
it's not necessarily with these recent. Well, it started. Let me be just plain and honest about it. It started with the administration of the young, that there was no longer the financial support from the government for the July 3rd activities in St. Croix. So that is what stopped that activity from happening on July 3rd with the reenactment.
Right.
It has followed through, as I see, with his mentor, the student, Albert Bryan, you know. So it's very possible, yeah, until this administration gets the hell out the way, and maybe hopefully we get an administration that has a respect for history, that it will support commemoration of something as important as the July 3rd, that we can then plan to have, activities again that is financed by the government, so that it can be something significant. UConn, because UConn does its best, but I
UConn
mean,
does its best.
it doesn't have the resources to really do anything, of more significant. So I guess they're thinking that way because there are those on that convention who are not necessarily participants or audience of a July 3rd event.
Right.
And I can say that from all the years that I ran the operation of the July 3rd activity, because I know who I saw and who I didn't see.
Right.
So naturally to them, other than it being Emancipation Day, they have no respect for the commemoration activities that happen.
Okay.
And this is plainly what I pointed out in my email, as
Yes, I
you
saw it. I saw
them.
it. I saw it.
And I'm still of that position. Just because you are not, or you don't share the importance of commemorating the historic
Don't mean a
event,
lot of people, thousands of people. I've been at the
Okay.
the
that
commemoration
doesn't
thing.
mean that you should just ignore
Yeah, that
the possibility for commemoration.
yeah. I and top of that too, special elections in the that's what Senator Alma Francis Heiliger was asking, and it was great, great questions. And after the vote, some folks will ask me, "You think with Senator Frederickson?" I said that's not going to impact their vote, because they brought up some excellent points. Senator Frederick was like, "Listen, this is the taxpayers' money, as many of them want this to end now, and so if we give this to you, you're asking for a whole year. You guys got to spend this and get the people involved.
Plus,
That's not
which is
anything
not in the money that they get, a whole year of the 300,000 they're going to
they're
get,
going to get.
plus another 200,000 or maybe more, because things expand costs increase as we
Yes.
go along. And I am speaking of the cost of a special election.
Correct.
Okay,
Have
so
special elections ever done well in the Virgin
no.
Islands?
and the
That's-
data, I am sure the data will show that it doesn't matter what the issue,
is.
people just do not support special elections. Okay,
And that's a big hole.
their point was they don't want it confusing with but then hold it on a half year. It doesn't have to be held on a gubernatorial year,
But you
hold
want to
it
Senate
when
with
an
a Senate,
off
Senate
year.
race, with a
Yes,
Senate race, and just
because that was the point they were making, that the distraction of a election with the gubernatorial situation, hold it in a half year.
So you would you agree then to push it back to November of 2027?
Yeah.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah, I would see that would be best, and it still gives you time to promote and
That's
find the
almost
support.
2 years.
Exactly.
But what happens if the community isn't involved in 2 years, Ms. Mohan?
Well,
This is
that's
hard, Community is not. People forget. It's over 100 of us
Mr.
ran for the
Brown,
fifth.
if you remember, because
People
you are the
forget.
email, I
Yes.
was forgotten on the 31st.
Yes, you were.
Okay,
You were.
I really
you
did
were.
not see
You
that
were.
there was anything to support going past the 31st.
Yeah, you've been saying
Okay.
that for the longest.
And folks, just to say publicly, it is because there are certain areas, and I didn't bring that up. There are certain areas that articles, rather, I
Mhm.
shouldn't say areas, articles that were in the finance committee, I think it was, that did not get covered, which is what make them cause to ask for the extension. Okay. Yes,
You follow,
finance
right?
and public services.
Yes.
Okay. Environmental protection, economic development, public health, safety and welfare, taxation, finance and commerce, and
that-
education.
Yeah.
Now, my point is, I did not hear anything controversial or in opposition to any of those articles from the fifth.
Right. You've said this many times.
And as I see, if they didn't get time to review them, to consider if they want to possibly make some adjustment in them, simply adopt them and done on the 31st.
That's what you
Because
said.
all the controversial articles were already reviewed
Yes.
and dealt with.
Well, it appears that Ms. Martin, it appears, I think I will agree with this, that that's not, they looking a whole new document. I think I read that some of the delegates talked about it being a very futuristic document in an interview that they did. And just based upon what I heard, I could be wrong, he could call in and correct me if he's listening. Senator Utsiwich has explained the legislation and the law, how broad it was, and they looked at it as a framework, but they're not that they were required to take anything from the revised or the fifth and put it into the sixth. And apparently they have the wording that they've come up with, except for those areas that you just mentioned, and that they're working on it. And I think, like you said, Ms. Daniels, based upon what she said that everything should be done in 6 months. I don't know if the 6 months mean also the attorneys looking at it. Apparently they're gonna have attorneys and they're gonna have staff and people look at the wording and fixing all of that, and then they start up. But
They had the request to hire
what
an
I sensed.
executive
Yes.
director and to hire an attorney in order to have the attorney review for legal proficiency the
And-
language that they've done so far.
and I will stand
That
by
is what they said is the reason for hiring an attorney.
And I will stand by what I said if they're going to do that, because a lot of, you just mentioned, a lot of attorneys don't know the history of the Virgin Islands. You see why I said?
Because
I know I agree with some of them,
yes, I was for one reason deliberately not looking to mention that.
but it's
But
the
I
truth.
mean, yes, it
It's
is
the truth.
And it
They
is-
know the law, don't mean they know the history.
Exactly. Because, and I know that for a fact because many times, given the makeup of the fifth, we were teaching
Mhm.
Attorney Jordan the history.
Yeah.
Okay?
So you may know the law, don't mean you know the history of the Virgin Islands. And that creates its own set of unique problems. And I will stand by this, that this whole issue about recognizing American sovereignty, the Constitution, treaties, and laws of the United States should not be in this document. We should not do that
Well,
as
you
a
know,
colony.
that's a question I was going to ask you when you said that the delegates point out that the narrative is supposed to be futuristic. Because I was wondering how you can be futuristic
As a
if you
colony.
can't claim LA. Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
You can't,
You
you
can't
can't claim your sovereignty. And I heard somebody said that positively the language we had in the fifth addressing that isn't going to be used.
no,
And I thought that was the best way to deal with that.
but
particular
again, and I'm
subject.
not saying with the delegates, I'm certain you have other people. Senator Usi Richards in his statements over the decades have talked about this. I am certain that there are other delegates who feel the same way I do, that this is not, but again, it's a deliberative body and it's the majority rule. But again, they're going to face many individuals, especially on St. Croix, that's going to tell them we're not going to be a colony. We know in St. Croix what historically that has meant for hundreds of years. It wasn't nothing good for St. Croix. And right now, you see the military buildup, like I just mentioned. There is no one who can tell me that the Chinese know about St. Croix. The Russians know about St. Croix.
Yeah.
And if you go back and you read some of the historical documents, these are, especially Russia, that was one of the concerns, Ms. Mohed. It didn't pan out, and the Russians don't admit that they were looking at St. Croix. But that was one of the techniques that was used, that Russia, the merchant ships come here, the people sail here, Russia may want it. All of that was used. The Russians have never confirmed that they wanted the Danish West Indies. But they know about here. As you said, it was we, don't know about our history. They know more, many of them, than we know about our history.
And
So,
it
so
is,
that's
it-
a
and it is
problem.
a fact that the preamble in the fifth acknowledged that we are a colony,
We're a
but
colony.
simply would not acknowledge that we want to be in a position that
Yes,
we are permanently
a colony.
And that is what I think is going to be different with the six.
Right. There, based upon you were there, I was there. The language I heard was that they recognized it. I'm not saying go to, as I said to many of them, you know,
Right.
I will not, and I say it again, I will not vote for any
Me
document
and you
that,
both.
that talk about us being no colony in
You-
2025 with all that's going on.
You and me
No
both.
way.
You and
No
me
way.
both. I need that.
No way. And I've said it before, and that's why I talked about the delegate. That's why we need these hearings. If they have the time, then ask for a congressional hearing now.
Uh,
Ask for the hearing now. Not when you, if you got it now, we have a delegate to Congress. Take up that issue now.
I do believe
Not
that
wait.
the majority of the delegation for the six is looking to use the miseducation or lack of education of our community
Right.
to their advantage.
But we're going to suffer.
Okay? Because they just simply would acknowledge to give Congress what they were concerned about.
About.
And I say
It was
concerned
concerned.
because people don't understand. The door was open. If we had gotten the money and had been able to just go and take that fifth to the people and get them to approve it,
They would have approved it.
we would have been over.
I've,
It would have been over with.
I've
But
always
there are
said it.
those who keep saying that it was rejected. There was nothing rejected.
Yeah.
Okay?
People
It said
can make sense out of
consider.
that.
When they use the word consider, that is an option. You can or you can't. And that's it.
I forget his name at the moment, but the representative from Alaska, when Delegate Christensen was there.
Bingham or Bingham.
No, what his name? He passed away. He had a heart attack on a plane. Don Young, Congressman Don Young said in that hearing, as Senator Uzi Richards was there, as he mentioned, he testified. Don Young said it to everyone in the room. I'm not really sure why we're here. Because at the end of the day, this is not really an issue because the people of the Virgin Islands have not voted on this document. What are we doing? This is a feature of the document that has been presented to the Congress that the people of the Virgin Islands have not voted on. So why are we here talking about until if they vote on it and it becomes a problem, then we'll address that at this time. But right now it's a feature. Delegate Christensen said, pretty much, and I'm quoting her, but she said, well, let's not get it to that point. Let's not get to where we have to get all these attorneys, everybody involved. Let's address it now as having oversight.
Mhm.
And Don Young said, what oversight? It's not an issue. And he was right. No disrespect to Donna Christensen, but he was right because look at what happened. There was no vote. So when everyone keeps saying, oh, they reject what? There's nothing to have rejected. There was no vote. Congress don't function like that. If you voted and then it's thing, then Congress, a government with $3 trillion. Let's get real now, man. $3 trillion. You think they're worrying about us? We have to then defend that. You know what I'm saying? Who pays to defend it? It's us. Because we voted for it, which is why I said we was going to pass. But because, remember what Governor DeYoung said. The first issue Governor DeYoung brought up was he was vexed that they did not recognize American sovereignty, the Constitution and treaties and federal laws. He made it clear.
Yeah.
Clear.
Yeah.
So there are people here in the, as you said,
And I'm
there are
pretty
people
sure,
here playing a dangerous
and
game.
I'm pretty sure his predecessor here is going to have the same position.
But he's going. But
Okay.
if even but
And we have people who are advocating for the wrong thing, publicly saying that he should put his opinion
no, he can't do
with the
that.
document when he said
can't
it when
do that.
he has no right to do
He
that.
has no. He's not. Listen, Miss Moorhead. If you really think about it, right? Governor Brown got the way out. He's out. It's because at the end of the day, right?
Mhm.
This vote isn't going to happen during his term. It's gonna be in 2027. He's gonna be gone next
Not,
year.
not the vote, but no, it's not the vote. It's the transmission of the document.
But isn't the transmission in February of 2027, depending
I
upon?
don't recall.
I think so,
You
yeah.
have the-
I think it's 2027, and then they vote in July 3rd of 2027. So between now, they could finish it today. They could do whatever, but they ask for the time. So at the end of the day, they don't have to give it until
okay,
maybe
yes, I
February?
believe you're right that it would be going. The transmission would happen in 2027.
27.
That's dangerous, Mr. Brown.
That's
But
a
we- because
but,
we really have that. That I mean, as much as Uzi was talking about like keeping the politics out of the convention, the politics definitely in.
but say,
Because depending on who becomes the next governor, we could have a problem.
well, but look at it this way, right? The legislature, politics, folks. This is politics at the highest level. They took that off of next year for the election. They're not going to get asked any difficult questions about, well, this is in the Constitution. They don't, that's it. They ain't got to worry about that. They could flip on the delegates come 2027. We've given you time. You guys still ain't do nothing. The people still ain't. That's what's going to happen.
But we still have to consider that the person who's selected for governor, as to what their position is
May not support
concerning sovereignty and the colony.
That's true.
That is important.
But we're seeing it.
Hey.
I told them this. You're seeing it. Everybody up in arm. I get everyday people. You ain't hear that, Brown. When you go on the radio, tell them they got a plane flying overhead, shaking my house. And I said, we're a colony. That don't make it right for whatever. But what you got to understand what a colony is and an unincorporated territory.
You just mentioned something, and you said it for the second time. I forgot after you mentioned it the first time. Those people who like me are in the western
You in the West, I know.
Okay? And have them for their flights passing over. People, all I say to you is, any fruit trees you have in your yard, wash them fruit good before you look to eat them.
What's the reason for that, Miss Moore?
They are letting out their excess fuel as they descend.
Okay, I didn't know that.
When you watch out and
I know you watch it, they fly over your house and all that's right. Yeah, you watch
you
it.
see that thing behind. That's what's going on. So hello.
Wow.
And make sure. I mean, it's not going to make you sick, but it can cause carcinogenic reaction in your body over time.
This is
because we are the habit region of Caribbean people. We go out because I used to do this years ago. I go out, I stand up by the carambola tree, and I just eat to satisfy myself before I get in my car and drive off.
Right.
Can't do that no more.
Right.
Because the don't the wild over.
I never thought about
you
that.
got to think about these things.
These are things we have to now think about, right?
Now, I wonder if since that's one of the articles that they do, and they're saying that they're doing futuristic. Did they do anything for that protection, environmental protection section?
Well, I think Senator Richard, based upon the president, I think he's going to ask. I can't speak for him, but I think he's going to tell the delegates we need to have a hearing in Congress on that part. Since we're gonna do it this way, we're getting the community input. Let's go to that and say we need a hearing. Let's find out from Congress where they stand before we go tell the people of the Virgin Islands this is a good thing because we have it there. Apparently, and I say that folks because I went and testified. Ms. Moorhead was right there with me when Ms. Daniels read, and I told them that gets dangerously close, the wording that they presented. And then Mr. Rupert Ross Jr. gave his explanation as to why he felt it was necessary. And I was sitting there, I said nothing. Out of respect, I don't agree with what he said.
When people said them being good Americans, they make no sense to waste your time and energy to argue.
I wasn't a delegate.
They're the good Americans.
You know what I'm saying? And I know, because I know that if we do that, if we say we're going to say we're a permanent colony, nobody has ever been asked to do this. No one.
But there are those who don't fully understand the term, what being a colony means. All they see it is that we will be a full American.
No, You only get to
That's
be
the
a
way it
full
is.
because and that is where you
Because
stand.
even now you have people
That say that,
who are,
right?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
But they don't know what they're
you
talking
know,
about. They
and as
don't know
far
what
as
they're
they're
talking
concerned,
about.
because we're looking for something different, we don't want to be American. And they see that as being something against the Constitution.
But it's not. You can only, and this is why I went to court. This is why I went to court. Everybody talk great, but I went to court.
Yeah.
I went to court in the district level and the superior court. And I did after Judge Wilma Lewis said, Dr. In essence, Dr. Brown, this ain't the place, which I knew. I knew it. I spent hundreds of dollars of my money defending myself for something Judge Wilma Lewis told me wasted my time really. But I had to do it
Yeah.
because of what I was dealing with certain other folks. Right?
Yeah.
So I went and she said, this is not the body for this, Dr. Brown. You need to go, in essence, go to Congress. Look at all the other cases out there. You have to go to Congress or a legislative body. But in your case, it's Congress, which I knew.
And your good delegate to Congress didn't want to deal with you.
And I just saw me and her good. You see how straight
Yeah,
it
bro.
is? She come to
Yeah,
the
they're going to share.
no. Because I said this, right? You remember what I said, right?
Yeah.
When somebody show you that they don't want to help you, even if it's their job, leave them alone. Because God gonna send the people to help you get where you need to be. And I gain help all over. I don't know when I'm gonna get it, but I'm confident eventually God is going to open that door. Because at the end of the day, a lot of Crucian people are not going to vote to be no colony. Not Crucians.
Well,
Never. Ain't happening.
but we have to remind them because she might be running for re-election. I don't know.
They say who the
Because,
delegate Plaskett?
Yeah.
I think she
because-
running for governor. or
Well,
no?
I hear, but I
But-
hear both sides, and maybe it's because she's being a little leery and not sure which way she would go and land.
Well, but this is me. I do this a lot. I think that, and I've said it before, Delegate Plaskett is in a rough position. As you could,
Also,
because you don't. I say that is she's no longer the face that used to always be. She's not as much an MSNBC, CNN, all these things. Miss Crockett and others are now taking the place. And that Epstein situation, as she said, she did nothing wrong, which the court said, okay, you're free, but she still took his money.
and she in that position, so she went to the outside
and she
side.
and that you can't get away from.
Exactly.
And everybody who had any contact with this man has paid a heavy price, and she's paying the price too.
Yeah.
So if you run for governor, you're and with Trump still there, who really doesn't care much for her.
Mhm.
How does that work?
And she's going to have some serious competition and the delegate position
Right.
next
Next,
election. So, yeah.
And you just had said you wanted the revised organic act, and so now you wanted that. So that means you're not going to help those of us who have legitimate concerns. You see, she's in a rough. I'm not saying, but people come to me and ask me support her. I say I don't do that. You know what I'm saying? She's in a rough spot, but that doesn't mean she cannot win.
They ask you to support her after they didn't support you.
Well, that's how things are, Miss Morgan.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon.
Good
afternoon.
I just hope everybody's having a good day.
Yes,
I
sir.
just wanted to make a quick thing that, in case you didn't know, Janelle Thoreau has put in her hat in the ring for delegate to Congress. So
Oh,
you know, if you don't know.
I didn't know that. This is new to me. And Janelle is with Facebook friend, and she said nothing to me. That's a surprise.
I have a
Okay,
serious. Okay, thank
you.
You can verify
Yeah.
with her.
Yeah, I will. I know your nephew is up. Yeah, sorry, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, no, just wanted, based on your conversation, I wasn't sure if you knew that, so I thought I'd better call and put that in there.
Ah,
Thanks for the information.
thank
For the
you.
audience, anyway. Yes.
Now
thank
this
you.
is a race because I know your nephew. I think he's running as well, Miss Moore.
Yes,
Based upon I see his stuff
Yeah.
pop up on Facebook. So this is gonna be interesting. A lot of players.
Well,
I'm not a player, folks. People ask me, but I got other things to do.
The one thing I would want to ask Ms. Sarah is, has her position changed on reapportionment of the Virgin Islands legislature?
Okay, Miss
Right.
Mohead, let's go into
Because,
what is reapportionment? Because more
because,
people don't know what that is.
I recall
Uh-huh.
very clearly that once when we had the initiative to reapportion the legislature, that Janelle Sarro, as senator,
Mm-hmm.
as I recall, for the first time started consistently calling St. Croix radio stations to oppose the initiative,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Which was confusing and perplexing to me personally, because as I understood it, the young lady is a major of political science.
I think she got her doctorate.
Well, I don't know if
Yeah,
she's
yeah,
getting the
yeah.
doctorate in.
I
She,
think
that
so.
she's a, but my position is, how could you have been a major of political science and don't understand the importance of apportioning the structure of the legislature so that people can hold the representatives accountable? In my position, then, my opinion was, regardless of her registration
Mm-hmm.
as a senator,
Mm-hmm.
the lack of districting, she also benefits.
Okay.
And I have a problem with that. That you totally negate your teaching, your instruction, your understanding of something because of your personal gain. So
Well,
that for me
she's
would
gonna be
need
on
to
with
be,
you. If she running,
yeah,
she's gonna have to come on and you get to answer.
definitely,
And she can answer that
definitely,
question.
because she not only did that on St. Croix Station,
Mm-hmm.
she was consistent when we went to St. John, and she was consistent in the legislature in St. Thomas. So much so that she was really disrespectful and obnoxious to me and Mario when we were there.
Well, I say this, right? And who get vexed, but I speak truth. She wasn't elected as lieutenant governor. You understand? People listen to what I just said. You can believe what you want to believe until you in there to get a vote. And the more people that you have issues with, the harder it is. And she didn't win. And there are issues that some of those Centomians have who I'm hearing running that some crews I caught down her. I saw yesterday. That's my girl. She the Dr. Brown, the man. I like. How you doing, Senator Gregory? That ain't good. But she know that's why she on St. Croix. A lot of Crucian people are like, no, 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 mm-mm, no, not you. She knows it. That's why she's doing so much work on St. Croix because she knows that Thomas is strong. Senator Soro got the same problem. Everybody who's running for these governor, lieutenant, delegates, especially, they got some issues. All of them, they got issues. So they've been out there for some time. People got some ammunition on them.
My issues, and for the listening audience, I was born in 1948. I grew up.
You're a boomer.
In a household that was very much politically orientated.
Mm-hmm.
And my position always has been that if you're going to be in an elected position, I believe in public service.
Right.
The public come first, regardless of your personal opinion.
Correct. I agree with that.
Okay.
I agree with
so
that.
when you show me different,
you question it.
And you can't get my support.
Right.
And I am not one for people saying, well, people change. They don't change that quick. It takes time. And I know it takes time because I am myself have changed, but it was many years doing to come to a change. Okay.
And the delegate race may have again the sixth constitutional convention may impact the delegate race in big ways that we can't see. Because again, the Senator Soroshi was the primary sponsor for that bill. She gonna have to answer to some of those things. Will she address some of those issues in 2027? And if it goes that they get the governor gets the bill, whoever the new governor is in 2027, and she's delegate or whoever that they're gonna have to answer it then.
Well, here's the thing, and this is my problem with the whole sixth constitutional thing being mostly virtual.
Okay.
Because that impact my
Participation.
yes, in the meetings because you know, I'm one that I don't care what you're discussing.
Mm-hmm.
If you know you have a meeting and I can get there, I will get there.
I know you, yes.
Okay. So I had a problem with the fact that it was virtual because this connectivity thing,
Enough
it don't work. It just don't work.
Yeah.
You know, the dropping
Yeah,
off and all
dropping
kind of stupidness I can't take.
Okay.
So I don't know to what extent the two sponsors, proposals of the sixth constitution have been involved in the drafting of this sixth constitution.
Okay.
But I do say personally, I would have expected some degree of participation in particular area. And when I say particular area, because I would expect that they would have their personal area
Mm-hmm.
of concern that you know they would be into whatever it happens to be. I don't know, but I would think that may you just said that she's still doing her doctorates in political
From
science.
what I know,
So if that
if
be
I'm
the
wrong,
case,
somebody could correct me.
you
but
know,
that's
and
what I know.
she
I think that's what she's doing.
and
in.
it was very possible with the virtual situation that she could have been involved in the discussion of that area in the sixth constitution meetings. Now it would be left to now find out what did that happen. And if it didn't happen,
Mhm.
I would want an explanation as to why. Because don't tell me you propose something and then you just stand off.
Yeah, that's
Then you're not serious. You're just doing for the sake of doing for the people to get the impression that you're working on their behalf.
and to your point about, and that's where the delegates gonna have to strike a balance. I'm not sure how they're gonna do it, but you have to keep in mind the Virgin Islands is an older community. Most of the people in this community, older people. I'm not saying they don't know virtual because some of them, like my friend Mr. Abdul, I tell him about taking picture. He all over taking picture everywhere, pothole, this, that. Mr. Abdul is like a professional. He got picture with all these beautiful ways. I don't know how he did it, but he is like there, right? But some people aren't. They're like, I would go to a town hall, I would listen to the radio. I ain't into no AI. I don't trust that. I don't want nothing pop up on my screen. I watching my little show. Next, some AI come tell me da. But no, I mean what? I want to talk to people and get their facial expression and all of that. You have to strike a balance with
All
that.
that is important in the discussion.
Yes,
Okay, the body language, it's important.
yes.
Okay, but what I don't like is this frustration of, okay, first of all, you're sitting there 10 minutes. Someone will live with you, admit
Let
you
you
to the
in.
wait.
You're there in the waiting room.
Okay,
You ain't like
I
that.
waited, and I know the meeting going on, but I in
Oh,
the waiting room.
yeah.
Okay, so when I finally get in
That's
now,
supposed to happen.
you
before
understand, and I get in, the meeting going on, then all of a sudden it was off,
What?
and you gotta go all over again. Hello, that's only adding to my blood pressure problem
Wow.
and raising my. So hello, I don't have a problem using the gas to drive wherever you say you have
Right.
the meeting and sit down and listen comfortably.
Right.
If you can't do that, then I got a problem.
Well,
Because as I see it, you're also setting a situation where you want the community to be at a disadvantage. Because, like you said, body language is important.
important. And whether you're comfortable defending your position, that's why all the folks who want to run for whatever they want to run for, they need to come on programs like yours and Mr. Mara and all the programs. You got to take tough questions if you want to represent the people. You can't be telling me, "Oh, you insulted me." We're not children here. I ask you a question, you either answer it yes or no. You say no
Yeah.
comment, whatever. But to say
Yeah.
I ain't going on your show because you offended me. What are we dealing with? In this day and
Yeah.
time with all the issues, you tell me what because somebody asked
And
you a
you
tough
call it
question
offensive
and
because
you call it
it's a hard
offensive because
question.
it's a hard
Yes.
question.
Yep.
Come on, man. Then why are you in office? Why are you running? When you put yourself to that level, there are lots of people who are gonna say, I don't want you there.
But Mr. Brown, I
You gotta
have
get
seen
used to that.
with the years that I have been observing this political process that the majority of people take advantage of the fact that the majority of our community is miseducated or misinformed.
Right.
And I don't appreciate that.
Right.
Because instead of they informing you, they go along with the ignorance.
Because it solves them,
Yes.
whoever them may be. Because
Yes.
when the person is ignorant and they don't really know, then you can tell them anything. You could tell them the sky is red. And you
Yeah.
literally could convince them, tell them the sky is red. You could see that it's not red, but I don't know, so I just go along. But then when that person start going out to other places where people are knowledgeable and you say, oh, the sky is red, then you let, what? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I'm talking not of somebody, people may think, oh, you know everything. No, I don't. I was one of those people. I was one of those people. It's
Yeah.
Colorado who changed. When I went Colorado, that changed me. When I saw Sharon, like 10, 11 could tell you about Greeley, Colorado, in and out, history, like they know it. And I was like, why is it I don't know my history like that? But I didn't blame anyone. I just became knowledgeable.
The
That's
high,
the difference.
the high school that I went to in the States, I get their booklet. It's still on their mailing list. And last year sometime I saw where there was a project that they were promoting. Do you know that their second graders were learning about the three branches of government? I said, no,
Yeah.
second graders.
Second grade.
But when I look now at what is presently being drafted for civics,
But what I
they're
told you,
way.
but what have I said to you? Remember what I tell you? Our problem in the Virginians and adapting and doing is our colonial relationship. That's you understand that I guess the citizenship that we have, that folks don't realize Congress can take it away from us today. We do not have full constitutional citizenship. We're one of the few people on the planet that don't have full constitutional citizenship. We have statutory citizenship.
And there are people
And
who
people
are
don't know-
educated that know that,
Yes.
but they will oppose us saying that. And want to in public say, oh, Dr. Brown talking stupid. Somebody
I'm not.
that talking stupid. That can't happen.
But why can't it happen?
Because they just want to keep the people in ignorance.
So all of this military buildup and saying that people were telling me wasn't gonna happen. Is it not happening?
Well, they'll call that something else.
The ships that are down in Frederickstead, that's not
They'll
happening?
call that something
Okay.
else.
Okay.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon. Mr. Brown, you just said that Congress would take away the citizenship anytime.
Anytime.
This is what they're doing somewhat, not so in the United States, we're taking away the different rights, voting rights, and trying to set back the black history as much as possible. Because if you want to tell me you have rights and somebody could take it away, I mean, you ain't got no right. And the thing of it is when we're talking about our constitution and drafting a constitution, I'm hearing now that, of course, the president of the delegate for the constitution, them saying they aim, as things that what you have said earlier, they're not accepting the fifth, but they're going to change. Only, I think the title alone is what they're accepting, and the changing of and other things. But the thing of it is one of the reasons, one of the arguments that we have had all along about the Constitution is that we got to put some kind of self-determination in there, put this kind of situation here where if you have a president like this one who wants to take your rights away, who wants to keep you marginalized, who wants to keep you second-class citizen, we got to start thinking that we must come out from under the flag of an oppressor and self-determine as much as we can. But it doesn't seem like most of our elected leaders understand this concept, or, as you said, the citizenry understand this concept. So they feel that, we could still stay under the United States flag, but,
as people are seeing clearer and clearer, Trump and the CEOs and the Project 25 individuals are implementing this thing. I would look to see. We're talking about all the victories that the Democrats win in this yesterday in the start election. Very good. I would look. I think according to Project 25, he gonna try to stay in there as long as he can. And if he got to do whatever he has to do to kill the voting completely or exclude it, I think there's something on come down the road where he's gonna try to stay in there and be king. So the only thing is I have is who's gonna stop this man, and it doesn't seem like there are much people at all when they go on to stop it.
Okay.
So I am kind of leery all the time about we as a people and what we think we are as a people. We are a different race to those people in the United States, and we got to start thinking like that.
Brother Q, if I could get something clarified, because that's where you started off with the point that Mr. Brown said that, and I agree, that we can lose our U.S. citizenship with a vote by Congress. Is that what you were objecting to or not agreeing with?
No, I am agreeing with. I'm agreeing that we can lose more than just that.
Right.
We
Oh,
can
okay.
lose a lot because he's already taken away and stripping. When it started off with voting rights, he's stripping as much as he can to strip away from.
No, no, but okay, that's where you create a problem for me because you see you're bringing the national into it. It's a different thing because they can't lose their birthright citizenship because they're in the same.
They're
The
full-
matter of fact, I think the Supreme
There's a
Court
court.
just told them that already. But we
They're
can
going to court. Yep.
because the whole thing is we're
It's
born.
not
We're
statutory.
yes, we're not born in a state.
We're not incorporated.
And I'm just saying that because I want the listening audience to be clear.
I understand that we're not born in the states that's equal to like the United States individuals are born on the land. I, for example, was born up there, so I know I could get that. But the point of the matter is, the fact that you as a human being in this universal situation that we in is still subjugated by an individual or a country or a race of people that could, if they desire, whether it's in our situation, Congress, take away right from us, is to just clearly show to everybody that if you ain't got it, if you never had it, you ain't get it. If they go take it away, you ain't gonna take it away. So we got to start to demand our rights as far as we still operating under the parameter that okay, we're a colony, and because we're a colony, they could do what they want to us, and we got to start to change that, and that's why that the direction of the Constitution Convention was supposed to go into. But of course, everything we're seeing is like if America don't approve it, if America don't stop it, then we ain't nothing we could do. We're waiting on them.
Well,
That is the position we're in, and we stay independent, and we're gonna always be independent.
well, what Mr. Brown and I agree with, we were saying that we have a problem that part of the challenge is the ignorance of the majority of people who don't even understand the difference in our citizenship to that of the people on the mainland.
It's not the
And
same.
we have leaders who promote that ignorance, and that in itself is a problem to us even dealing with the whole issue of us being a colony.
But it's the fact that we're a colony. It's to show you the separateness of us and our brothers and sisters in the mainland United States.
Yeah.
And the more we stay with this colony mentality or this colony position that they put us in. You can remember, we ain't put ourselves in that colony position.
Yeah.
Our foreparents were enslaved
Uncle.
against their will.
Yeah.
So we're in this and should and be about the business of changing that, then we will see the colony that we're talking about.
Well, let me just mention something quickly because I heard Mario mention it yesterday, and I did see when I sort of quickly reviewed that there's a uh, curriculum, there's social studies textbooks, and it was in the board office really one on kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. And in one of those books, it said the definition of slavery was people to force people to work without pay.
Wow.
Um,
That,
That's
that,
a Plaza definition.
that was the
wow.
definition.
That's,
Eh?
that,
Uh,
you
so,
see, that's
so you
why-
and I'm saying that for
oh,
you,
man.
brother Q, to understand what I'm saying, that it is the whole misinformation and lack of understanding that we're dealing with to even get to people to understand what we're supposed to be dealing with, because the ignorance is a challenge, and it's
And it
even
shouldn't
more
be.
of a challenge
shouldn't be.
because there are officials who promote it and enable it.
Our official,
Yes.
I want to include.
Yes, our officials. Our officials, yes.
I'm saying it's not just our officials. We are a colony. Our officials are acting as the officials of the colony.
Right.
But whatever the state nation that we're under the colony of are pushing, whether it's American history, American values, American ideology, the officers of the colony, our elected officials are only pushing that.
But it doesn't have to be that way, and that is why I object to their, because and that's why I use the example with Janelle Sarah when I said she, was very adamant in opposing the reapportionment initiative. So she was definitely supporting the ignorance.
Well, again, I said that our elected officials happen to be opportunists in the colonial system because it benefits them.
And let me make sure for the listening audience that I'm not saying that there's a problem because she could have been opposing the makeup
Right.
of the
She has to
of
explain it.
but no, she was opposing the whole idea of apportionment. It,
Well,
it was
Well, if she come on your program, it is clear you're gonna ask her about it. And it is clear she's gonna have to answer it to the best of her
excuse,
ability.
I have to make it clear, and I'm going to make it clear right now.
Uh-huh.
She would never be on my program because I would not want to be on a program with Janelle Sarah. Not
That's why I
after-
asked you the
Not
question.
after
That
with the experience I had in the
Definitely.
Senate, where she was so
Very well.
disrespectful.
at least
You
you're
know,
honest.
No, and
You're
I'm
honest.
saying that because I could not trust myself to be respectful to that girl after that. She totally was disrespectful because she was in a position of power on the Senate floor. And I thought, if anything, was disrespectful of, people always tell you, black females must support and they're your sisterhood. And I tell them, bullcrap with a fetching sisterhood business. Move from me with it. Yeah?
Why
That-
when I come out, you don't get so passionate? You don't get like another level. Like I don't just store you up like this. You know what I'm saying? What is this? She can't come out with you. That's a simple.
No.
Hold
You
on.
understand? Hey,
She got
if,
say
if my brother, that's a different thing. If he wants to
Mario was
Hey,
kidding.
not
Not you.
not me. I cannot. I am not a ton the other cheap person. No way.
You told me that. You told me that.
Before I come, Mr. Brown, I want to ask you this. What is your position? Do you believe that there really is a desire to have a constitution for the Virgin Islands? Yes or no? Or you can elaborate on that? That's my question, and I listen.
Okay, thank you.
That's a great question. Among those of us who talk passionately about it, the answer is clearly yes, because we understand. Many of us, we understand we need to have this done.
We take our time.
We
I
take
went
our
and
time and
testify.
So that's a certainty. Is the community at large interested with everything that's going on? I don't see it. Can the delegates make the community by doing what they have to do? We will see. But as of right now, it's only maybe 5%, maybe less than 5% of the people in the territory that have any interest in this. I've had teachers that I tell them, hey, they have a constitution. They look at me like, what? What constitution? You know what I'm saying? They don't, it's like, they don't
And
know.
this is why I'm saying I'm limited with the virtual business because I have no idea as to him because they're saying that they have people who seemingly are consistent
Yes.
in accessing the virtual and being attended virtually, but they never say how many.
But that's going to be it.
You
I
know,
know they're doing
because
that.
I mean, I want to know what you're talking about 20, 30 people, that tune in, even if they're not saying anything, because I know that you can see the numbers,
Right.
but they're not saying. And to me, that is questionable.
But that's it. I know there's a survey that I guess some folks may be doing a dissertation. I read it on one of the online publications. But again, you doing a dissertation and asking community might not participate. This is all, you're taking a dart and throwing it at the board and hope it stick.
Yeah.
Well, and so again, you're putting money into 300,000, right?
Yeah.
And you 200 for a special election. That's
Yeah.
people's money.
That's
That's the
I say
people's money.
200
Maybe more now.
from the past experience
Yeah.
because it was like 180 something or whatever that if I remember the supervisor quoting as in the number for special for election period.
And I've talked to a lot of people from other islands and from other nations and from even a lot of those people tell me, this ain't for me to vote in. This is for you and the people here, Edward, not me. So then, what you gonna do? What you gonna do? And so I wanted to read this.
Good afternoon.
Sorry.
I guess they hung up.
So I
Okay.
wanted to read
Go
this
ahead.
too, that people can understand what I'm saying. This is Speaker Mike Johnson. This was on the 31st of October, just a couple of days ago. He said the Speaker said it was a Senate issue. This is the filibuster issue, but talked about the downside of changing the 60 vote threshold, which has necessitated bipartisan agreement to proceed to a final vote on most legislation. The filibuster has traditionally been viewed as a very important safeguard. If the shoe was on the other foot, I don't think our team would like it, Johnson said. He said Democrats, if they were in the majority with no filibuster, would make the District of Columbia and Puerto Rico states, ban firearms, and do all sorts of things that would be harmful for the country.
And here's the thing.
There you go. They're
I-
not going to do it.
But
us.
here's the thing. I'm not sure that they won't because Trump doesn't give one iota about that.
No,
Okay.
not about that. That's
But
no,
he
done it.
does want the filibuster to get things that he needs.
He needs.
Now, as we all know him, they,
He had
They
a meeting with
negoti-
them this morning.
and,
The senator.
there could be a way where he would threaten them to get his filibuster. Because all he wants is the filibuster to get what he wants.
Right.
He don't give a damn what happened after that.
If they do that, it's chaos.
Okay.
Because that 60 has been there for a long
Well,
time.
if nothing else, that might put them over the edge to start to find the balls.
The Congress you're talking about.
Yes. What's that going to be talking
I
about?
just educated them. When they hear that, they may say, what? What is what they're talking about? She's talking about the Congress. The Congress people.
The Republicans in the Congress, to
Yes.
be specific.
Yes, but as I think so, and this is the piece about it. Do I, as a Republican, right? Do I think President Trump is gonna run again? No. He said it. I got everything I wanted. He is a master at marketing. He gets you focused on him instead of the policy. So whether Democrats win in 2026 or not, he's still president for the next 3 years. And if something, God forbid, happens to him, Vance is the president. Vance is even more, if people don't know, more than President Trump.
If you notice,
Conservative,
Trump
I mean.
holding on for their life when he's going up and down.
Yeah,
them step for them
his
for the
legs are
play.
bad.
Yeah.
He has some medical.
Good afternoon, Carla. Welcome.
Yeah, Mary. First off, I want to say it's a very good show or program this afternoon.
You always say that when Dr. Brown here. Oh, go ahead. Thank you. Yeah, he does up my rating.
Your rating went up again. So,
Oh, Lord.
particularly so because of the participants. To include Brother Q.
Yeah.
I must say that I agree with all you with regards everything that was being discussed at this afternoon to include the 6th, the 5th, for the 666 Constitution. Now, let me ask this question because again, maybe it went over my head.
Mm-hmm.
If you, Mary, and you, Dr. Brown, in agreement that the 6th be extended all the way to 2027.
No, I and Dr. Brown, no, because he was included in the email. I was one for the 31st.
Okay.
And that's a hard question, Carla. That's a tough question for me, boy, because I understand that they need the time and they're doing something different. My concern is time works both ways. If you take it too long, all the way to 27th, July 3rd, 27, and the community isn't involved, people going in there voting upset. Like, I just want this done. No, not because they really want to vote. They just want it done. And they're going to, a lot of time people psychologically, when they go to a vote, they're upset, they vote to either vote you out or they vote no on these kind of initiatives. So I mean, I don't know. It may be too long. June,
Right.
they need to bring that date up. Let's say April, May, or so, but June, July 3rd, I really don't think that's a date that they need to be talking about no vote for no convention. I just don't see it happening if they pick that date.
I think it's too long also, not so much from the fact of the additional cost, because we spend more money on foolishness, and if we need to spend money on something to make it good and proper, so be it. However, and Dr. Brown, you mentioned it a little ago, that the people are not involved as they should be, and the delegates to the Constitution are silent. Am I quoting you correctly?
Yeah, I mentioned that if you remember, Miss Moyle, and I did some shows, and I said there are two ways to do it. The way the fifth did, which was, and some people criticize the fifth, but the fifth was very involved with the community.
Right.
They've taken the approach, let's get the document done, and instead of sending it on to the governor just like that, let's at that moment then get the feedback from the community. So it's a different strategy. It may work, it may not work. We'll just have to see.
Okay.
Just for clarity, Mr. Nibs,
Yeah.
my position was, and I think it was a couple weeks before the end of October, that I sent an email to some of the officers of the six, because I saw the deadline coming up, and my position was to, what I suggested to them is that that the articles that they were claiming were still outstanding were under their finance committee,
Right.
and the articles had to do with environmental protection, economic development, public health, safety and welfare,
Right.
taxation, finance and commerce, and education. And
I remember that email.
okay, my position was none of these articles, none of the narrative with those articles in the fifth was objected to, opposed, or considered in any manner controversial.
Okay.
So if that be the case and everything else was done, why not just take those articles and write them in as part of the sixth, so that you will meet the 31st deadline and send in your stuff?
Well,
But as we see, the whole plan was they didn't intend to do that because they wanted a different process altogether,
Right.
which is
why
the
though? Why a
Well,
different process?
well, somehow they feel
They need-
that if they finish the whole thing
Yes.
and then come and spend, as they point out, 6 months telling the public what it's all about, instructing the public of the whole document, that then they are in a better position because they claim then that is the involvement of the public. And if anything come up of significance,
They could go back.
they would make a slight adjustment if they need to, and then they would give the document to the governor for the transmission.
Okay. All that said, being said, what happened if what they're looking for with involving the public at the front end does not come to being
That's
as
what I'm
far
saying.
as the public saying, "Good, but the saying to hell with it."
Well, that was
That's the sign.
that was a concern
That's what
Dr.
I'm
Brown was saying, you
That's-
know, and I just said, well, they will have to deal with that when they meet
Yeah,
it.
and keep in mind, Miss Mohammed and Carla, some of those delegates are not well. We know this. I'm not going to call any names, but they have some delegates that are very sick. Yeah, I mean,
Several.
several of them are very sick. We know this, and so
Wait
you-
a minute, wait. I know of only one. You say several?
well, they got. I know. I ain't calling no names, but they got some.
They have others
They
that
have others.
have had emergencies.
They have emergencies.
But
So
then it's the stress. Is it the stress of this thing that is making them sick?
Hello, if they distress they ask for
the
it.
stress. You ask your vote. You went over. You were.
Mr.
right.
Names, nobody
You're right.
ain't sent nobody to do a nomination
No.
paper.
No,
They were no gun to the head.
no. They did.
You know the crucial lingo class who will tell you to get transform and you don't clap with it.
But
They went there on their own.
they're going to on their own. So some of them have some.
It's sorrowful because we don't know. None of us would close and have sickness or death.
Right.
But, you know, we never know, you know.
Let's make sure you recall that one of them from your district are from even before the convention. It's been claimed that they're living outside of the territory.
She live in Texas.
Because- So what?
She live in Texas and I see her all the time.
Oh God, see? So I
No,
mean,
that's a problem.
it-
See,
it-
that's a problem. This is what have a
Well,
problem.
a trout bait and a kiss
I know
and
you can't
big
say
slap.
nobody name. Cause the first thing they said, I ain't live there. I have a property
I
wherever. So,
throw a little piece of bait and I catch a
but,
big shot.
but he said he see the person. So, what they gonna say? That ain't me. I see you. That's you. you ain't a delegate. But
And see, this was the whole thing why they want everything to be virtual. Because meetings are even being cheered by virtual communication by that same person.
Texas is one of the places where I live, and every time I bounce up to the place, you don't see me.
what's going on? What's going on?
Well,
No, but you see, this is what I'm talking about. And those are the things that create this problem because people think like, oh, that's not serious. It is serious. You're writing a document for the virginals of the United States for those of us who are going to live here. And yes, some people have to leave because all sorts of reasons. God bless them and stuff like that. But it's still a document for the Virgin Islands. It is not for the United States of America.
but in
They have
addition
their own
to that, Mr.
constitution.
Brown, do you know there are 2 delegates that are MIA?
Oh Lord, I don't want to go down that road. 2 delegates that missing in action.
Yep. They don't see them, they don't hear from them, they know.
But how you gonna get the 15
Well, the
votes?
the
There's
one-
15 votes.
The one is the one that reason the finance
Oh,
committee. That's the one.
so somebody got to take over.
Yeah, well, somebody did. That's why they have been
That's
saying
you
that.
see, but
This thing come like a puppy show.
but that's my fear right there. You know, and that's why I said again, and I will keep saying, I have so much respect for Senator Usi Richards because of his statement, statesmanship kind of behavior. He understands the process. He's gonna work with everybody to get through, but he's put a tremendous. I mean, he's gonna say, Brown, it's not just me. But when he did that hearing, he put that whole thing on his back. He literally said, I had to get convinced from these delegates to do this. And he did, he said it. And he brought younger people that he's protecting them. If the people don't come out, is he gonna be the one? It's my fault. He's not gonna let them as younger people take the blame. You could
He
see
doesn't
it.
like the blame
But-
because he should have shut it down from the very giddy up. How can you have a convention with a minority caucus? Ridiculous.
But he gave them a chance, Miss
Yeah.
Moorhead.
Ridiculous.
I
That
just
is
said so.
not
That's
a
the process. It
legislative
takes process.
makeup. You don't have minority caucus in a constitutional convention.
But I guess they realize that now.
I
Miss
want my
Moorhead.
listening audience to know
They
that.
did, but that's what we
That I
said.
will not continuing with ignorance.
That's not a go ahead, Carla. Sorry.
I would say, without fear of contradiction, and I'll say again, that I know who see the fifth guy as I know him, and he gonna be looking for something so perfect.
Yes.
It's not going to come and shoot from the pants or say some twiddling foolishness to rush this thing. You see? So if it comes to that, then he gonna lead them stay there with it, and he himself will just turn off, let them do with it. You see? But let me ask this question before I go. Because I always listen with folks since I'm stateside. I involve a lot of people of all persuasions and stateside to listen to this program. And they are asking me the question, where the other callers? They hear it for the R, they hear it for the Q, they hear Brad, they hear me, Mario, Mary, but they ask them where are the other people? Where the supposedly educated PhDs that we have so much else?
They don't listen, but they don't want to call because the majority of our elected officials that say tax show in of no significance. And you know,
That's
Mr. Names, that you have heard that many times in the past until I mean then they come to the talk shows in order to promote the campaign. But they do, but you just hear them say publicly, talk show is, I forget what they classify it as, but they really just take up. Huh?
But this is where I disagree. And I also have Mr. Brown answer it, and Mr. Brown answered it a little while ago, spoke to it. I cannot get over what Mario mentioned to me when I asked him one day about our delegate to the Constitution, but to the House of Representatives, Stacey Blaskin, what she doesn't call a show. It was then that he told me, he said, she ain't no call, you have to have questions and Peter Bernard. What politics is this?
And she has classified him as being disrespectful.
Disrespectful and what? Asking you a question with the people who want to know.
Disrespectful and another supporter of black women.
Whoa.
You got to be crazy.
No, I'm not crazy because I extended an invitation and I got a whole ring of moral and that. So all happened is I was respectful because my report, and I'm saying that because it was a staff member at the time, because I really want to address the delegate herself and tell her. I remember when I climbed the step over by Reef Broadcasting looking ahead for no other first doing your campaigning. And you wanted to know everything he had known.
Oh, but then the same person I want us to consider that for the government of the United States Virgin Islands. Right?
Hello. Hey, well, you know.
And
She knows how to hunt dumb men when she wants something.
oh Jesus, the views and opinions expressed by the host, not Dr. Brown, not the caller, but not the radio station. This is opinion. Oh Lord.
That's why she went to by FC about 3 or 4 times, and then 7 times, I don't know.
Right.
Well.
But that, as I said before, that's why I said, all of the people running have baggage for all of these things. They have a lot of them for governor, for delegate, they all have baggage. And
It's a matter of choosing the best
of,
of the worst.
of who you think is going to serve the people best at a very difficult time in our history. And so,
Let me give you it's not a joke, it's a serious matter that happened to me when the Governor King had put a team together for the legislature. I was one. My mother reminded me that Ali, that's what the nickname called me, Ali. You know, the people will say, drink rum and run woman.
yes.
I said, but that's what I do.
Right.
I ain't for nobody. That means I shouldn't be a senator.
and get that's again, and
As long as it doesn't interfere with your
we don't
performance.
get in. Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
get into that. I mean, that's the difference between us as Caribbean and Virgin Islanders. We know it's a lot of those. Unless you can have all the issues in the world before you come. We expect that when you're there, you clean up whatever issues that you have. We don't want you coming in like we've seen over the last several years with folks getting themselves arrested, prosecuted,
But
kicked out.
that's part
all
of the
these things.
complaint with the governor presently, because
What happened with the governor?
supposedly he moved in the lady and she's not an official first lady, and supposedly she moved in a child.
She has
Huh?
no call in the people in bedroom.
So okay,
That's what the said.
so let me draw back because and I don't get into the because that's the governor's thing, but the person is staying in government is
Yes.
government house.
Yes.
You was a second voted for by the people.
Okay.
Your private life. You can have a private life.
Okay, so
I mean, the law says a first lady would be married to the governor. So I mean, she is or she isn't. And I still waiting for him to tell me. I've asked him many times what a qualification for $110,000 position in tourism.
okay. I don't know. I look into that and see because
That part I don't know.
I don't know.
Because I have never heard what her what her academic even credentials are, if there is in any, and I've never heard anything concerning that, so I don't know if she has a degree in promotion and media or whatever.
right.
Well,
But Mary,
Yeah.
Mary, are we saying then there are not other Virgin Islanders with those same degrees or more? That we have
Yeah,
to
no,
talk
we're not
about?
saying that. We're not saying that. I'm just simply saying I don't know, because I'm not familiar. I've never heard of the lady's credentials. She might be credentially
Right. That's
or experience, a background to cover the duties of the position.
right.
And if that be the case,
That's-
well, I don't have a problem.
I know.
I got a problem when you get people work that they can't handle.
Right. I happen to know what her credentials are because it was told to me she's still a married woman out of St. Vincent. And the thing is, the
That ain't her credential, Dave.
Credential.
Dibs, that is not
No
her credential.
credential.
Please don't mislead me, Ad. Don't mislead me,
What?
me Adian.
That's not credential. Mr.
I give her the credential that she deserves. She's a married woman out of St. Vincent.
Okay.
So she can't be a married woman and the Virgin Islands at the same time for a first lady.
Okay.
You see?
All
That's
right.
the point.
Okay.
But let me close by saying this. I mean, them and those who know it don't want to say it. This is why a kerfuffle came between the governor and the commissioner of tourism. You cannot continue to put political hats in there without mind that they just come. The governor said, man, who is you?
Well, supposedly that's been happening in the Department of Education for decades.
But I know that, but it should not happen.
I agree, but it happens. I mean, for decades, seemingly the Department of Education have always had the most exempt positions of any department, which is shameful because, I mean, when you think of what the Department of Education is supposed to be about.
Okay. But if we keep continue doing this kind of thing and asking our sheriff and them and those which belong to me and grand and great grand to come home, I will continue to take come home to look for what?
Well, come home to help make the change happen, because we need things to change. And if we don't have the people who understand that a change is needed and who are willing and know how we have to make the change, then nothing will ever be different. And this is the problem. And that is what, like Dr. Brown and I was saying, we presently now have people in elected position who are simply taking advantage of the ignorance of the majority.
When it comes to
Very
civics and
true.
history,
Proud of the see. Very glad to see.
Okay, and we need the people who understand, who know the history, who understand what is necessary for this place to change, for this place to develop and grow, and who are committed to having a change happen. Because um, the names I hearing lately for the governorship or whatever, all I see is they just want a chance to get their piece of a million.
mm,
And that's all it is.
You understand? I haven't heard a name yet of one
that
who
you think like, wow.
exactly.
Okay.
So I'm waiting, and I'm hoping that there is one, and specifically one who's a Crucian, not one who always talking very strong.
And it is very sad. It really is sad for us as a people because the change then would have to come swiftly, como right away, como ahora mismo. Can't go have another 60 years of dominant democracy. I got.
All right, take care. Thanks for joining.
But what's happening is more if people are being honest, I'm brutally honest. People go, you know me, I tell people talk about me all you want, long as you talk the truth. I could do anything and I'll tell you I can do it. And you know me. I ain't fear. Yeah, today the wife come home, catch me doing this, I'll tell you, yeah, I did it. The wife left me, this is why she left me. I'm not gonna hide because I'm a man.
Well,
Right?
I hear you.
Right? Some people that hide and cry. I don't cry when and I come on the radio, I take it serious. Like I said, I'm at a different stage in my life and I know what's coming. And I've taken the years, you know it, Miss Morehead, to tell the people all that you see right now. I was talking this years ago. It is the truth.
Yeah.
And so, the things we are about to go through, as I said, you've seen the divide amongst us as a people now, especially those of us who are native born to these islands. What we lose by being a colony in the next 20, 30 years, it is certainty, is our culture, our traditions, our history. In 30, 50 years, the Queen Mary's, and them thing is not going to be important to the people coming into the degree like me and you and many of us now. It just won't be. It will not be because that's not their reality. That's not. So we're in a situation now where we're going to have these issues of you born New York, this, wherever, you want to be here, you want to say you're one of us. But then when we, the people who born here, say, well, tackle these issues, and I'm not talking about our current delegate. I don't have a problem with her. I just saying because this is constant with a lot of people. They come and they say they want to be this, they want to be that.
Yeah.
And when you go to them as a native person and say, but they look at you like, why is that issue important to me?
Yeah.
And they tell you that some of them, that's not important to me. That would cause me buzz. So now you're looking at like, well, who you represent then?
Yeah. They self.
So who you talking? Who
That's
you
the
really
whole thing.
looking to? So you've seen it now. You've seen the divide that's coming
Yeah.
in the community with many of us now who are saying we gotta make choices here. We're going to lose our history,
Yeah.
culture, tradition, how we want. It's just reality.
Yeah.
The planes are packed with people coming in, and I'm not saying they shouldn't come,
Yeah.
but they're coming in and they don't have that understanding because they feel like, as many of them said, listen, this is a U.S. territory. I don't have to appreciate this. I come, I pay my taxes, I have my property, and I leave. You can't tell me I do anything wrong. If you guys don't like it, change your status. And every time we get to these types of discussion, people get scared. And I always like, why are you scared? Because you don't know the history.
Yeah.
You think you gain a benefit. No, you're not. You're being used as a colony.
Yeah. Well, hey.
And that's the problem. And then there are those who want you, who would like us to say, well, you should be glad you have the citizenship and you don't have all of these conflicts. Like, look at what's going on. We're about to have war, people. This is real.
In the Caribbean.
In the Caribbean region. Real war. This ain't no play thing. This is real.
Yeah.
So tell me something now. Because at the end of the day, you have a president who, whose attitude is, we are an empire. For people who don't understand Trump, right? Trump attitude is, we are an empire. We have two nations, really, China and Russia.
Mhm.
Forget North Korea and Iran. Just China and Russia collectively, who may have better technology than we do. They have hypersonic this and all of these things that we may not even be able to defend. And I have to, as the president, because one is his ego, his attitude to think, I am going to protect the nation. And I really don't care what any of you say, because I have 3 years to do it.
Yeah.
No matter what any of you think, I still have my 3 years. And I have 1 more year. That's a lot of days in 1 year to do Nigeria, to do Greenland, to do Venezuela, to do whatever I want for 1 more whole year. So anybody who thinks he's not going to do those things that he said he's going to do, then they're not serious. The man is a serious man. He's not concerned about Democrat. He's not even concerned about Republicans per se.
No,
he's
not.
concerned about his people, them mega people. That's his people. And they're happy like crazy. Because he got them all in one big beautiful bill, and now he going after all who he consider.
And
that's an empire.
And really, he really is not even concerned about them. The only concern where they matter is because they are the background that he used when he threatens to primary a Republican who wants to get out of place,
especially in a red state.
Exactly. But other than that, he don't give a damn about the magazine.
Right. And you know, that's why I said New York election, New Jersey, that was a very liberal state. Virginia was this. Like I said, folks, look for it. By next week before Thanksgiving, this whole shutdown thing done. It's not going into Thanksgiving. Republicans don't want no more of this because Virginia is like a purple state and they got demolished in Virginia. So imagine the rest of the country, especially with the federal workers and what these folks have been going through the last couple 35 or 36 days. People don't forget those things. But at the end of the day, all it means is, okay, we have divided government. We've gotten used to divided government. We know it's not much is going to happen. So that gives President Trump still the authority to do a lot of these things through executive order and then have his people go before Congress and get, testify. They may get cussed out, blah, blah, blah. That's your job. You said you want to defend my policies. Defend it. Go there, let them cuss you out. We still gonna do what we want because we have 3 years to do it. Don't forget that, Miss Moorhead. This is how a Republican form of government works. Our good friend Robert used to always tell the folks here, we don't live in no democracy. We live in a republic where you vote for your leaders and you have to wait until the next election to say how you want things to work. President Trump has a whole other year. That's not going to change. And the Virgin Islands is at the tip of the spear. We're not getting out of this now for the next 100. So only way is if you don't want free association or independence, you're going to be a colony. And whatever we got to do first, as history has shown, we're going to do to you. And you see, look at it, Miss Moore. It's true. Look at it. Look how high the cost of living is. Do people realize something, right? Look at this, Miss Moore. Before this. The governor said by 2028, Ms. Ackerland, that's when everything will be kicking. They got to spend $7 million every day for the next, 10 years. These folks come in with these mega companies where they could drop $3,000 in rent per diem. They ain't even spending their real money. That's their play money. Here, you can have that. That's the rent. That's one group. Number two, all these military people, they ain't gonna all stay at the camp. Some will, eventually they're going to look for housing too. And if the refinery comes back online, my God, where are we gonna get the housing for all of those people on St. Croix? No, the problem now is the little guy who would say, you know what, I don't work with Miss Moorhead. Miss Moorhead been with me for so long. I only will charge you $1,000 for that 1 bedroom. I guarantee you 95% of the landlords on St. Croix are going to say, not me, I'm taking that money now. More of our people going to leave, and as the governor rightfully said, because he said it a couple of days ago, he keeps saying food costs is off the chain. What do you think when you have $24 billion in an economy? If you're fixed income as a senior, if you're a single female head, it's just hard to live here now.
Mr. John, years ago, How long it is that Mr. Dawson is the director now at GRS?
In like 3 years now or so. 2 or 3
Whatever.
years.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was because he was newly in the position.
Uh-huh.
He and Mr. Calwood, the chairman of the GRS board, came to X the spot to meet with the retirees in St. Croix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I suggested and asked that they take back to the board, the trustees,
Mm-hmm.
the possibility of getting into a public-private partnership with over the land to build housing,
For the people.
reasonable housing at the land that they have up eastern by Copley Bay.
They have heard about this.
Okay. I waited, and the next board meeting,
Yes.
I went to the meeting as I usually did, and they let the retirees make comments at the beginning of the
Yes.
meeting. That's their agenda. I asked, did the committee, because it's committee of development, and I forget exactly the name. At the time, as I recall, Ms. Smith, Trustee Smith, was the chair of that standing committee in GRS. So I went to ask, did the committee consider the suggestion I made, and if
Yes.
so, what if anything? Mr. Calwood, Chair Calwood, let me to know. We ain't interested in that now. I said, but did they come? No. I came to realize he said nothing to the board because he decided that it was not important to look at any kind of housing problem. And I had made it clear to him it would secure the employees to be in government longer than they are, because we have a thing where people, after when they meet that thing of investment, they're leaving.
Yeah, the
Okay.
9 or 10 years, something like that. Yeah.
And I pointed out to him that would change, as well as the
Yeah.
fact that
You had a
if
great
you're a
idea, Miss
member
Mohan.
of the GRS,
You had a great
there's
idea.
a mortgage situation that you can get through GRS. We're not interested. Now, lately, I don't know if you saw it. This is the discussion that they're having with the governor.
And
And I said to myself, this is the problem when
Mhm.
we have people on boards who lack the foresight.
I always say that because now it's a great idea, but it should have been done when you said it, because the cost of housing now makes it that the
Done now,
average
no.
house in the Virgin 400,000. Most of our
Done now,
people
no.
don't can't afford it.
I even at the
They
time
can't
suggested I
afford
make a recommendation because I said I'm talking about dealing with somebody like Benton and them who making so much money on all kind of contracts around the place, so they can afford to be in a
Somebody,
third
yeah,
class.
not that somebody need to fix Morning Star Road. I don't know. Please, man. Somebody go out there, look at that road there coming down the hill. Someone is going to get hurt. That is expanding, it's getting wide. Whatever happened, they got to pave and then they stop at a certain section. It's just expanding. They need to pave that, man. That man coming down, man. I don't know
Yeah.
if you go. There's
I
a
mean,
big,
I
yeah.
really-
When you go down there, it's expanded, like almost like again a big hole. They paved, then they stop a portion, and they paved off all the way down. And that section is getting wide. Morning Star Road going down a hill. Cars going down there. You see people slowing down all the time because they're not, those especially who aren't used to it, and they're gonna create a bad situation. So before someone gets killed,
And
let's fix that
there's
road.
probably erosion from underneath because we know that that northern side of that man and star is
Right.
going to a lagoon, close to the lagoon.
But this
coming
is
out
what I'm
from south.
saying.
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying. I know knock on Governor Brown because I always knock him hard. I waited for him, like I always tell people, he gonna knock me up with the trade school. He gonna say, see, Brown, I got the trade school and I'm gonna offer free to it. I know it coming, I gonna knock him hard about it. So I know that's his mission. But these other things are government related, fixing the roads and all of that. That's government related. We can't be paving roads, stop paving roads. Look at all the work there by Central and Central by Complex. That needs to pave. Pave, not no ask. Pave the road. This is the only place I know you could just dig up the road, put out some and gone for years and nobody paved the
Well,
road.
I've
Come
been
on,
waiting
man.
because I said
No.
maybe they're not finished because they had that section that they going up the hill that they seemingly still doing work. So I'm waiting, hopeful that when they finish what's happening up there by the court across on the
Yeah.
courthouse and everything is done, that then maybe they're planning to pave the whole.
But that's supposed to be in the contract.
Well,
This is
I'm-
government.
but I'm
That's in
waiting
the
because
contract.
they're
You
not
can't pave
finished.
the road.
They're not finished with what they're doing up there, whether it's the telecommunication or who the hell is doing whatever in the road up there. So I'm just thinking when they finish that, that then maybe we'll see a paving from Central Highlight or all the way down
Right.
to agriculture.
We don't have no money. We don't have a money problem. We have a financial management problem. And with $24 billion,
We also have a supervision problem.
well,
Yeah.
that's
That's
accountability.
There you have people who are in supervisory position, and I don't see where the supervision happening.
And that's what my fear is, and I've been saying it for years. If you don't hold me accountable, Miss Morris, somebody else gonna come in here and I'm gonna say, yes, I'm gonna do what you tell me.
But
And I hate that.
but that's what happened.
And that's what's happening. I hate it. Because
That's
why would you want somebody else to come in and tell you, and I'm telling you, and I live here, and I'm one of you, and I'm telling you, this is the way it's supposed, and you getting vexed with me and cussing me, but I see you tell somebody else, yes, sir, I gonna do it, but I just told you to do the same thing.
Good afternoon and welcome.
Yes, hi, good afternoon.
Good
Good afternoon.
Welcome. Yeah, yeah, you're fine.
You're fine.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
No problem.
Yeah, oh yeah, I do.
Good, man, good.
Okay, good. Then I got some concern. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you're interested.
Mm-hmm.
But when we're looking at this $1.7 billion budget, right?
Yes.
How could we have an increase in budget with a reduction in population?
There you go. Whoa, Miss Warhead. That's a question, right? Wow. Wow.
And then on top of that,
Wow.
the much needed services we get are not rendered.
Hmm.
I figure for 1.7 billion,
Billion.
1.7 billion with a B. I supposed to see the side of the road manicure 365, with the exception of bad weather.
It's true.
I should see, we should have, what do you call it? Almost like universal health care or reduction in health care. I mean, the hospital should be funded, the schools should be funded. Why do we not have this with a huge amount of money that's going into this budget?
Wow.
The only person I know maybe might be able to give you an answer to that is the Senate Finance Committee Chair, Senator Noel Francis, who I invited to be a guest on Mario's show. He accepted, but he haven't given me a date yet. Because I tell him pick any Tuesday. Any Tuesday at all he
But he
wants.
running for governor. That's my boy,
Yeah.
But he
So,
running. I hear he running.
I don't know, but I have him for specific because I call up, you verbalize what I had never verbalized, but been in my head at the time I hear. But you see, I always say I am not a financial person, so maybe it got some simple explanation that I just don't understand by looking at the budget.
I could give you the explanation that steak, caviar, and champagne forces the priority of the people.
Okay, well, I gave them the benefit of the doubt, so I invited, because I figured I was the best person other than the governor that could probably explain it. And he, like I said, he accepted the invitation, but he has not told me what Tuesday he will be coming here to talk about it because I specifically asked to explain the budget that was just passed.
Right. And, lastly, before I go, right?
Uh-huh.
You had the issue there with Senator Noel France,
Mm-hmm.
and the one out of St. Thomas,
Carla Joseph. Carla Joseph.
Yeah.
Right? Now, I listen to it, right? And it get me thinking, why do we not have at-large senators, period? If we got the entire senators going to be dipping into our office constantly, we put money into the treasury and get very little out of it for the simple reason that we lack representation. I should say true representation, because I cannot understand how any St. Croix senator cannot see the needs of St. Croix and fight for them.
Well, to answer your question about the at large, if you do that, you would be having the same problem what we have now, which is the lack of accountability. It just would be because the all the senators being at large is the same problem as all the senators just being for one district. Okay, so
it's slightly different when it comes to funding St. Croix. Slightly.
And Carla,
but I am in favor of districting. Don't get me wrong. I'm totally in favor of it. I think we should have districts years ago, like they were in the past, and it took them out. The system we have now is nothing more than a gerrymandering of it. So,
well, that is the advantage too that the leadership have, because again, with the lack of education, the majority of our community do not realize that we had districting, proper districting before.
Right. Now I'm too young to know when they have districting, but I'm always in favor of districting because I honestly do not like what St. Croix is looking like. I remember what it used to look like in the past.
If you are a reader and you want to know about it exactly, then get a copy of Trials and Triumphs by Earl Adley.
Yeah, the illustrious Earl Adley.
Because yes, he's the one that changed the whole structure in order to benefit the Centomian leadership, and to make us. And to make us, as he specified in the book, in black and white, to make St. Croix a permanent minority.
And he succeeded at that. We haven't had any body in leadership that wants to change it because they're all benefited from it.
Yeah, exactly. And that is what I even explained. That is the problem I have with Janelle Sarah, because regardless of the fact that she
can't come on your show for nothing. At the third time you talk about that. She was say, bro, the lady said, okay, what you gonna ask her to? I said, Mary Mohammed said, you can't come on her show. She tell me like, don't come on her show. Leave her alone.
Because I mean, it was an issue that stood out to me, that she specifically campaigned on the St. Croix stations. You understand? And I guess because she figured since the initiative came out of the district of St. Croix, that she needed to make sure that the Crucians understand that they had to not vote for it. So she specifically came on the St. Croix station several times, calling, opposing the initiative.
But let me say this, Carla. Let me say this to you, right?
I remember it.
Oh, you listening, Carla?
Yeah, I'm sitting here.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you this, right? St. Kitts and Nevis is 174 to 176 square kilometers. So that's 68 to 69 square miles, right? So, and they have a budget of 1.1. I say that to say somebody just went up there and sent me some video of St. Kitts the way it look now. I haven't been there since I was 14, Miss Moore. I got into some issues in St. Kitts. Not no legal issues, but yeah, I couldn't go back. My parents said, don't go back. You're going to create problem. So St. Kitts, the roads look, my gosh, I have to go. It's not the same because I remember. I mean,
think I heard Tyrone Molyneux talking about that.
it's
and Chris-
unbelievable.
and talking about how the road was.
What?
And there is even one road that seemingly circles the entire island and was such
Yeah.
a beautiful
So,
drive.
we're here saying a lot of time we have 3 islands to manage, but you have our commissioners, this, that, and that. So I don't like the Carla said, we have a decreased population, we have an increased budget, but yet we still talking about needing to pave Morning Star Road. I mean, stop and think about what we're saying.
But it's because we allow vendors to take advantage too. Because I don't
Ah.
see that a mile should cost $1 million, and supposedly that's the standard. I've heard several people in position say that a mile costs $1 million. I can't understand that.
Yep. I'd heard that too, but like, I'm like you. I can't believe it. You know, and, my last comment before I go, right?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
If we cannot get, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
St. Croix needs, here it is, right? It costs more to fly to St. Thomas than it does to go to Miami.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
So clearly, St. Croix is not a part of the Union of the Virgin Islands.
Hmm.
I mean, if you look at traveling between the islands and Hawaii, they're about $70 each island. You know? But here we are, we got less distance than what the island chain of Hawaii has. But it costs almost 3 times as much to traverse it.
Yeah.
So there is no real interest in the unification of having St. Croix in the union of the Virgin Islands. And this is my opinion. And
See?
they've proven it to me
See? I said
every
this.
day.
But I agree with it.
I said this.
Yeah. So if they don't want us in the union, let us go.
Yeah,
I mean,
you see?
I, for one,
They can't let us go because there is a misnomer that they give, which is that this economy is completely and totally supported by tourism.
That's
When
that's
really-
that's not true. Well, they're not what you're saying, but it's true they say, but it's not true.
When
we know that. So,
It's not true.
that's the issue. So
yeah, and it is the industrial things that exist in St. Croix that is like the rum factory situation
Exactly.
and its refinery. So that is why they will never let us go.
But they can't tell us what to do this morning.
they need to give us
They can't tell us what to do.
ours justly, or let us go.
Well, we need to
But
fight for it.
More of us,
Yeah, but that
more of us need to stand up and make that position clear. Either we get what we deserve, or we need to separate.
Miss-
Point blank.
yeah, there you go, Connor.
That's how I feel.
Thank
Well,
you.
I,
All right.
Thank you for any time.
and thank you for those comments. I agree with them totally. I don't tell people I know Virgin Island is a crucian.
But people
Thank
forget,
you.
Yes.
folks forget
Okay,
something,
thank
you know. We talk about the Danish West Indies from 1672. That is not correct
No.
if you really get serious
No,
about it.
yeah, exactly.
1754 is when the islands, as we know, the Danish West Indies came together under King Frederick V of Denmark. 1754. St. Croix was under the French, and St. Croix historically has always done well economically because it's a bigger size and the land is so fertile. Transshipment is St. Thomas. St. John is a mixture of the two. Any one of these islands can survive on its own. We can because it was done literally before. St. Croix was under the French. The Danes went to the French to get St. Croix.
Yeah.
Not the
And
French went
before
to the
that,
Danes.
1644, it was the Dutch who brought
Exactly.
the prisoners of war in enslavement. It was not the Danes. And,
That's right.
and there
The
are
Danes
people who think it's the
No.
Danes that started everything.
No, and the Spanish killed off the Amerindian people, Charles V, by 1555. That is how important these islands are. And if you talk to younger people, they will tell you, as I said to my friends in St. Thomas, especially, St. Crucian people is not like before. We will jump off. And they keep saying, no, I tell you guys don't see it because you don't live on St. Croix. And what we see happen to St. Thomas and St. John We as Crucians ain't like that. Literally, the place take over and who running it over there. We don't do that on St. Croix.
Yeah.
That's not our
Yeah.
history. So you could do it and think that, as the man said, the gentleman said, we'll leave. Many of us talk about leaving from St. Thomas and St. Let them do what they got to do and let us do what we got to do. Because we have an oil refinery, we have port and we have everything.
Yeah.
We don't have to rely on tourism. No, the leadership was like, oh my God, we shouldn't be talking like this. But we talking like this because you guys aren't talking like this. Why is Morning Star Road, you have to swerve in the road? Are we making $24 billion? How, Miss Moorhead? How? And then when you say to them, they get vexed. But I come back to the same point. You got $24 billion. Why do our roads look like this?
They get
Why?
vexed because they don't like to hear the truth,
Well-
and they don't want people who are listening to know the truth.
And that's why things are happening without them knowing it. And that's why things happen. And then they say, oh my God, we didn't know. No, you didn't know because you're not grassroots. You're not listening to the younger people in the community who are really struggling. Yeah, you could say it. You could say it, but you're not 25. You don't know what it is to go and somebody tell you, well, you got to pay $2,000 rent. What? How much you just said? 2,000. That's the start. I can't afford that. Well, that's the going price, my friend. When you're 25 and you hear that and you want to stay to have a family here, you're going to leave.
And it's going to get worse if we don't do something.
Something. And the caller said what many are saying, Miss Moorhead. People on St. Croix is not what folks think. That's why I said again with the Constitution, a lot of folks are I already talked to some of them about like putting in free tuition. Most of them in agreement. I don't know if they put it in because we all see what's going on.
It was in there. It just
and the
wasn't.
fifth had it.
It just the fifth had it. It just that it wasn't in the same narrative as it now exists.
Exactly.
So that's the adjustment that they would need to make.
To put
Yeah.
it in because some of them are saying from my sources in there, but some of them feel it's already the law. So why they have to put it in the Constitution? It's already established in the law.
Because they want to make sure that it
It
stays.
is.
Yeah, that's that.
What
That's why we had it into the first.
you know
beginning.
expensive colleges now over the last couple. My
Yeah.
gosh, a lot of people ain't gonna be able to go. It's just too expensive, Miss
Yeah.
Moore. And here it is, we offering free tuition at UVI, more than likely the trade school. I ain't getting ahead of the governor. I just feel he gonna say
Well,
because that's his thing, you know.
and I'm glad you mentioned it again because I wanted to. Are you talking about that college, that career college that they're going to be talking about on the 14th?
I'm not sure. I know that,
That Avery Lewis is proposing
I'm not sure.
because I didn't read
I
the
didn't know
entire
about
bill.
I got look.
But
at
here's the problem I have with this
Okay.
career college.
Is this
that
with Tech or this a trade school that the governor talked? Do you
No,
know
that
that?
it's Avery Lewis proposed some career college that is supposed to happen with UVI. But my thing is, and as I said, I didn't read the bill, so I'm not clear. But from what I heard, I see a conflict with CTEC. Because for one, we're difficultly right now trying to get educators for CTEC.
Yeah.
Okay? So if you come with a college, there's no way we're going to get educators for CTEC.
Right.
So really, as I see it, and I've said it because, as a matter of fact, the board was scheduled today at 12 to have a discussion as to the position on the bill. And I asked them to have
Wow.
the discussion considering a conflict with CTEC. Whether they did or not, I don't know, because I know the officers were already tending to support the college.
But that's going to be the issue, I think, and I've said it before. The CTEC folks, I know people get it's controversial to some. We can't just be doing everything haphazard. CTEC may need to join in with the tech school and be integrated into one to
Here's the
get that.
thing. CTEC has the room and the equipment
They do.
that are necessary for a proper career and
They
technical
do the college.
school.
Yes.
Okay. And it is available to do evening
class.
courses.
Yes, they do.
All they need to do is put the support to CTEC and it can get the same certification, the same degrees, or what, right there at CTEC if they're supported and properly funded the way it needs to be. UVI can't afford to build a college
No, they can't.
that has all these expensive equipment and things that already exist in CTEC. So all I see, and I'm going to say it for the first time publicly, is that St. Tomian trying to get something for their district.
Well, that's what.
Plain and simple.
But that's what they told me.
Plain and simple.
That's they told me.
But I mean,
They will tell you that we
but
look up for St. Thomas.
but
I
you
don't
can,
have no
but
problem
you
with
can
that.
get it just the same because you could come to St. Croix. We got the dormitories right there in UVI. You understand? And I've heard that sometimes they not all fill, but even if they fill,
They need
we
to
got
fix-
room to build
They
more.
need to fix the dorms.
Okay,
They need to-
there's
they need to
room.
fix it.
There's a whole field for the other. You're listening, St. Thomas. A whole flat, not hilly, flat field to build enough
Miss-
dormitories.
But Miss Moorhead, what did I
I
just
said,
tell
Tommy
you?
and Colin to tell me something now. Good afternoon and welcome. Talk fast, got time shot.
Yeah, no, you're about to close down, but quickly, something that Dr. Brown just mentioned with how we don't take advice from locals like ourselves, but once you're from state to somewhere, that happens. And it happened again recently with WAPA, because number one, the guy that came down, Andy Smith, he knows nothing about engineering of a plant. His expertise was in turning around our companies that had financial.
And he told them that he didn't lie.
You told them that?
I don't understand.
He told them that he didn't lie.
No, I agree. But this is what I'm coming to. The same things that Andy Smith tried to tell them is people like myself and Ted Mills and Olaf Peterson and all natives and Caucasians and Kenyans that came to the 49ers to help us with this God-forsaken problem we had with WAPA was telling them.
Well, I didn't go away and then come back yanking like who go Hajj. Okay?
No, but hey,
I didn't see that one coming.
That's what you have to do. You have to go away, stay away a few years so that we don't associate you with being an islander no more, and then come back yanking and then we listen to you.
No, I will tell you something. With regard to Hugo Hart, he was very much needed in this situation, and I mentioned it. I said if Hugo Hart comes back and is allowed to fly his craft of plant engineering and mechanical engineering, it will be okay. But if he gets swept away by the dominant Democrats, then we have the same problem. And it happened with Fox too, on the board of elections. Okay? Very knowledgeable people. But quickly, let me end with Andy Smith. Andy Smith did not even ask for that side salary. He was scared, not scared, but he was more than surprised when he was offered that salary. And it ended up that was not all he got. When he was on the way to the airport, they called him, tell him, stop by the Port Authority director, and my cousin waiting there again. Now, he got a $25,000 bonus for you.
What?
I mean, these things that we do to outsiders, and we walk on natives who have the answer. Gordon Finch run WAPA when he was Commissioner of Public Works. Alex Moorhead run WAPA. I mean, I could put on the line and call. I was number 3 from the executive directorship in WAPA. Who said we can run it? Of course we can.
And Mr. Nibs, it all connect to what Dr. Brown was talking
I'd say-
about here earlier. It all connect to the people not understanding the whole concept of colonization and thinking that everybody else is better than we.
There you
Yep.
go.
Yep. I mean, it's just sad that they would say, well, he's from the state, so he has a lot of experience, and who
thank you, Carla. Thank you.
The problem we have again, good show. The
Thank you.
ratings went up. I
Always.
gone.
But Ms. Boyd, I don't want to go without talking about this policy. We talked about it with the electronics, the cell phones, and all of that, and the Department of Education. First, I talked
What
with the
policy
board.
you talking about?
The
Get the
policy,
thing
the
quickly.
personal electronic communication device such as cell phones and all of these things.
Mr. That's on the agenda for the Senate Education Committee.
This policy that the department put
Well, the issue of electric device,
okay.
electronic device is on
Well,
his agenda.
I looked at it. Remember, we talked about the board with AI, and the policy to me is excellent. I mean, they may be those who think different, but and of course they have the right to. But it goes through the policy talks about your first offense, you get a verbal warning, second offense, a written reprimand, third offense, device confiscation, or parental conference. This is a really good
What the
sound
policy is lacking, and I
Mhm.
intend to try and bring it up to the board
Yes.
because our policy needs to include it, is to prohibit the use of earphones and earplugs in the facility.
Okay.
I
In the
say,
classroom.
no.
Wait.
In the facility period. Don't have
Oh.
them come to school with no earphone or earplugs. I saw it myself. They can't hear anything. So if you have an emergency and you have something coming across the PA system that code 1, code 2, or whatever, because they had them code business,
Yeah.
they're not hearing you because of the earphone they have on the head and the earplugs they have in the ear. I saw it for myself more than once that these children are walking in the school, the monitor or even the principal calling them and they hearing nothing.
Well, what's going to have to happen then is Morehead is going to have to be that, and that's that will work out with the board to have that specific language because this policy says the policy applies to all VID students, administrators, faculty, and staff, and outlines clear expectations for the appropriate use of cell phone and other personal devices
Cell phone.
and other personal electronic
Cell
devices on
phone.
school grounds.
But they
So-
missed the point that the cell phone is attached to that earplug.
You don't
So
even
while you're seeing the phone, they are on the
yeah,
phone.
it happens. You're talking and you think
So-
somebody talking to you and they're talking to
And this
somebody.
is why I say we have to ban the earplugs and
Ooh.
the earphones.
It's Morehead, that's going to be a battle,
But
That's a battle.
but it brings it then to the main thing, which is the phone,
That
which is
true,
what
sir.
they then control.
That it has to be
Yeah.
a discussion.
You're not controlling anything
Well,
if you still allow the earphone
Right.
and the earplug.
That is true. I could sit in a classroom and I listening to my music. You don't
Exactly.
even know. You
Exactly.
talking, I see your mouth move, but I listen to my music.
Exactly.
So it happens.
But I saw the danger of
It
it
is dangerous.
because soon as I saw that this monitor, one incident there was a monitor, in another was an administrator, and I said think to myself, well, now if there was an announcement that there is an assault and we all have to be in the shooting or whatever, there's a
You
fire,
listening.
they would know.
Yeah. There are people walking in the street, cars almost knock them down.
All right.
And they they're like they're not paying attention.
So we got
So-
we got to get rid of that.
But that's a good thing. Like I said, the board has a responsibility. That's what the Board of Education is for. And sometimes I'm hard on the department. I work for the department. I love working. I never work a day yet. I tell folks that I work with little children. So to me, it's always a blessing to work with them. The department has some wonderful, excellent people that are trying to do. But the board and the department has to work on these difficult policies. Because it's not easy. AI is not easy, and it
Well,
requires to
As I
deal with some
pointed out to
policies.
you when you made me aware of that,
Mhm.
that the department, as far as I know, never ever told us that they have a policy.
Wow. So the fourth person was me telling you.
Yes.
You guys have a policy chair?
Yes, we have a standing committee, policies, rules, and regs.
And they didn't get this
PRRC.
policy?
Hello. You ain't hear what I
Something
just
going
said?
on. That's not. No, the department has the right to develop its policy, but the
But
board
the
is still on the
department been
board.
doing this for decades.
Oh.
They do their own thing. They
Oh.
don't pass it by the board. When they get in trouble and there's a complaint made, then they come and say,
The board.
"Hello."
Yeah, that's what you do.
And my position is, well, to the members, you enable that because you keep saying the department is your partner. It's not my
no,
partner.
it's not supposed to be like
Hello.
that. That's not the way.
Our officers presently, the officers of the board, say that the Department of Education is partners of the board.
They do? I've never heard that. I never heard that a board being a partner of the department and the board work together
And
to
when I
develop
tell
policy
them
for the
no,
children.
we can't
Not-
be the
you can't-
partner if we're
no,
supposed to have oversight.
oversight.
They tell me you are always looking argument with the
No, but what you're
department.
saying is right. It's not an argument. Oh,
Folks,
geez.
and
Let
I'm
me
speaking
stop
to
there.
the public now. That is because we have people sitting on this board who, one, have never read Title 17 that dictates the rules and regulations and laws and have to apply with the role of the board. And two, because you have people who really don't understand how a board is supposed to function. Okay? Right now, anytime we have a presentation and somebody say, well, I'll send it to you. Everybody got let out. Yes, send it to the chair and the vice chair. I said, no. There's something called BOAR board, BOARD board at myvi.com. I said that then it comes to every member at the same time because we're all equal. No. In the Board of Education, and I would say the Board of Election now too, we have kings.
Folks, the viewers are not paying. You go ahead, let's go ahead. I say for 4 times already. So, none of the management will come in and say, why you come out, Dr. Brown? You don't get a lady all animated. See, I tell you. I just say it, and here it is. So, folks, like I said, it's always a pleasure, always an honor. Ms. Morehead, we'll do this again. I committed to going all the way through, even though folks may not hear me. You may hear me on Mr. Abdul once or twice. I've cut down a lot to focus
well,
on other
definitely,
things,
we
but
know
we're
the
gonna do this.
important time when you have to be here, like when the full document come out.
Yeah, I want to
We
talk
will
with
definitely
you
have
know,
our time to deal with that.
Senate President,
Yes,
former
definitely.
Senator Richard. I look forward to that discussion because he's very knowledgeable. Okay.
So, folks, thank you for sticking with us for another Wednesday afternoon. I know this summer rating went up. I don't know how I get rated. I don't even know how to check rating. But thank you anyway. If that be the case, I do know that you can look at the with the Facebook
page.
if you miss anything and catch up on that. Thank you very much for listening. See you next week.
Yes.
Okay.